Call the meeting to order at 10:03. Agenda additions and approval. I have one addition of minute approvals. We have September 28th, 2022 special meeting minutes. So that's 3.3. Council Gender.
Can I have a legal update in camera, please?
And it'll be 13.2, legal update. Is there any other additions? Council Stewart?
Yeah, I'd like to have a discussion on mowing of provincial highway.
Okay.
Probably just 6.3.
6.3. Any additions?
And if there's no other additions, I would move the agenda be approved with the additions.
Any other additions or questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All in favor? Carried. Minute approval for our September 14th, 2022 regular council meeting, for our September 22nd, 2022 committee of the whole minutes, and for our September 28th, 2022 special meeting. Councilor Nyberg,
I'll move both of those, Mr. Chairman.
the three of you.
I did have an opportunity to read.
The two, or will you?
I read both and I will move.
There's also addition of September 28th, 2022 special meeting.
That's the two.
There's committee of the whole, regular council, and then
14th,
Oh, yeah.
22nd,
Yeah.
28th.
Okay, I read all of those.
Okay.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Any questions?
Didn't have them.
Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. No public hearings today. We have a 10:30 delegation and an 11 o'clock delegation, so we'll take quite a bit of the morning. So we will move to item number 6, council's request for information, gravel pit reclamation. Councilor Gender.
Thank you very much. I've never been up to these pits up in the, we'll call around the Denell area, so I drove up there about a week ago. Andrew's got some pictures of them showing, okay, what they are like. And I do have some concerns in them. I don't know whether we can pass them the way they are, whether they would be allowed. But on them, there is not sadness or wormwood on it, but I guess that's out of our realm. But then as the pictures go on, there's one pile, the pile there right now, it's rock pile, dirt pile, it's about everything in there. And I'm just kind of wondering whether something like that, whether if it comes down to the reclamation, whether that would ever be allowed. Like if we do not have it signed by the farmer allowing us, we're going to put ourselves into a predicament on that one. And some pictures further ahead, there's that is of the dugout that is on the place. Then some further pictures on, it shows some screening piles, those are also on there. So whether we have a written agreement with the landowner saying, okay, that they release us the responsibilities on there, I don't know where we're really going to sit, because in years past, when I worked in the oil leases, everything had to be removed off. So like, I do have some concerns that if we don't have these cleaned up, it's going to come back and haunt us.
So if I may, Councilor Gender, there are 2 pits up there. This is a Clement pits, right?
That's it. This one here, it's a northwest one, so I don't know whether this is the one that we're trying to get signed off.
No, I think this is the one that we have a stockpile agreement,
Okay,
which I think prior to going through any reclamation process, that all that stuff would be restored.
okay.
I think there might be, is Quentin here? Yeah, okay, Kara can probably speak to it better than I can. But the one that we are trying to get reclaimed, as you can see, it's been heavily pastured. The minute you heavily pasture something, you've got weeds that are out of control. And that's always been our issue up there, is we can't keep the cattle off of it because they come there for water. And so we can't get a good growth because of the cattle. it's getting to the point where I think, the council may, need to take some legal action next year if we can't get them to keep the cows off of that area that we're trying to get reclaimed. But Kara can probably comment better because she's been up there a lot more frequently than I have and can comment on the two different sites.
Andrea, like, I did take some other pictures of this other pit, so I didn't know whether it was a northwest, northeast. And like, there's, that's about the only thing that's really sitting on that pit. I don't know whose grizzly it is. Apparently, someone had told me that someone had come in a little while ago, tried to remove it. They come through the backyard. So like, whether they was looking at just steel in it, but over in that, the growth on that one was actually very well. The only thing I could really see is say like there was one larger rock right at the fence line, but my personal think that rock there, but overall, in my opinion, it is in very decent shape. And yes, Ms. Cassidy, like I would have to agree with you. This is on the very west boundary, but that is outside of our boundary of that gravel pit that we had reclaimed.
If I remember correctly, just that there's a government pit up there too, isn't there?
Yeah, there's several bits up
Yeah.
there. The northwest of 28 is the one that we are currently working on reclamation for. That's the only application that is being, is open with the government right now because it's such an older application. There is some concern with wormwood and thistle up there. Although the crews were up there on Friday mowing, there's a plan for spraying first thing in the spring. The inspector will not be out this fall. They will be out in the spring at the earliest if things go as planned. So the other pit up there, the awe pit, is not on the docket for inspection at all in 2023. But there's a plan for spraying with the brush on that pit.
Yeah, the pictures of this, that's of the north pit, and we're not even trying to, it's nowhere close to being reclaimed, but the other one is, 8 down, around where the dugout is, and I brought this up time and time again, that if they don't approve it, we have to go ahead and we'll have to fence it, and fence it with no gates in it. I hate to do that when I'm a cattle producer myself, but at the end of the day, this has been on the books for what, 20 years?
Been a long time. Yeah.
20 years. At $2,500 a year, that's $50,000 that we should have had to reclaim quite a while ago, but the government didn't come to help out, come down and look at it. So now that they're coming, I'd like to make sure that we have it passed, whether it's mowing, because wherever there's gravel, because there's lots of gravel in my area, the wormwood just is there. I don't know why, but we're going to mow it. It might pass in the spring, hopefully. If it doesn't, I would make a motion, and I made a motion before, to just fence it and be done with it. Thank you.
So I'm not 100% sure, Mr. Clark, you might know a little bit better in the reclamation world. It looks to me like it looks just like the other pasture that we didn't disturb. So I mean, from a reclamation world, we put it back to the way it was. I'm sure, I think that's what we're supposed to do, are we not? You can't tell where the pit began and the pit ended. So from that standpoint, I think we've done our job, but
From an oil field point, it would be a lot higher standards.
yeah.
Just question for my information, is this one of the lands that we lease out? Is that why we have so many cattle in there?
We rent the property back.
We don't own the land.
Yeah, we don't rent it at all. They use
The
it.
landowner owns the land.
We don't lease it out, we rent it.
Or lease it or something?
We own the lease on it.
Councilor Grover?
To answer your question to the grassing, I've been here for too long, I guess. We put bird's foot stuff in there and special grasses that are supposed to grow. But if you pasture the bejesus out of them, nothing's going to grow any more than it is over here where they pastured it down to nothing. The only way you're going to fix that, if they don't pass it next spring, is to put a fence around it, a good 4-wire fence, no gates in it, and tell them, sorry, you're going to be, if you have no water on there, you're going to be like everybody else. You have to haul water to it. And there's lots of water hauling going on right now. Because I'd like to see it get off the books. Once it's off the books, I don't care how bad they pasture, it's their land. Thank you.
Once it's turned over, it's their responsibility.
But we've seeded it and put special grasses in, and we spent a lot of money reclaiming that south pit, I call it.
So just for clarification, Kara, can you identify in the photographs which pit that we're looking at? You don't have?
For the record,
Them?
that's the north pit.
Like I think, yeah.
So neither of them are the Clement pit
They're both Clement pits.
or three,
But not the one that we're talking about.
not the one that's up for reclamation.
These pictures are not of the one we're talking about.
That looks like a cattle shelter or makeshift.
That's the start of the ones for the northeast pit.
Yeah. That's not.
Northwest. Have you got a picture of the south one? No? All the north pit.
They're all pictures of the north pit, or is there any of the others?
Ernie,
These here right now, they're from the northwest pit.
where's the one for the south pit that we're gonna reclaim?
It starts with the Grizzly. The Grizzly is right against the north fence.
Yeah, I know, but is it the one with the water hole that is,
No, like the water hole, it was up back on the northwest. I never saw any water hole on the northeast one
southeast?
or southeast.
Southeast one is the one they're reclaiming.
We got more pictures of dogs than we
And
do.
he's so cute with his safety vest.
Gonna reclaim the dog?
But I know we've been hauling out of the Denali pit steady. We've been taking it into the shop. It's got a lot of more pit run than gravel. Once we're done hauling, then we go in and we flatten everything, and then we put topsoil on it and reseed it. So these pits are not up for reclamation. They're just we have another lease with Clements for what we call the Denali pit when we were actively crushing it back in 2005, 2006.
Myself, like I did not know which pit was it, which one
No.
were.
And then there's a government pit in between, and it got really confusing. And then we weren't allowed to actually extract all the gravel that we had purchased because there was a pipeline running through it, and we couldn't excavate around the
And we
pipeline.
left a bunch of money on the table
Yeah,
up
we
there
left-
at that
we
pit
left
that
it
you're
there.
looking at right now.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think it probably would help clear things up if we asked administration to grab us some pictures of the pit that we're actually supposed to be looking at.
Yeah.
And then we can make that decision. Right now, we're looking at some
We're
pictures.
looking at pictures of something that doesn't make no damn difference.
Yeah, so it's a non-issue, so.
There's some things on this that make a difference to me.
Yes.
The amount of wormwood that's on this pit still.
Oh, yeah.
We had a hawk wormwood. We had a real serious conversation at our last ASB meeting over wormwood or absent. And you see pictures of this on these pits where we got wormwood all over the place, and we shouldn't.
But I mean, in this conversation that we're having about the pit.
I know, I understand that part, but I mean, this other, maybe we gotta start looking at all the pictures of all the pits next spring.
Yeah.
Because to put one of these for reclamation,
So there again, that would make sense for a spring tour where we did the road tour. This helps us out, and then we could do a pit tour. And I think that's all good conscience.
Yeah, I would, I'd like to put AT's pit on the pen on that spring tour.
Yeah.
Cause it's got wormwood that's the size of small poplars
Yeah, we
on it.
we have some
It's-
private pits where the
Oh,
wormwood's crazy too, but the drier it is, that stuff seems to flourish. But I know we have the spray budget. We are actively spraying the gravel pits, and I've said to them, drown them, like, and I know that they're putting a lot of spray on the gravel pits, trying to control this wormwood, but the minute you then get a kill on the top, then you disturb it, it's almost like it activates it again. And of course,
Every time you break
on the
soil,
road.
it does.
Yeah.
You're right.
but that residual spray should control that.
Yeah, I agree, and it should do it for a long time, but we're lucky if we get 2 years out of the residual, and I'm not a spray expert.
Councilor.
I make a motion that they bring this here back
We have a
to,
motion on the table.
okay, well, let's vote on it.
For administration.
Bring it back. Good.
Any other questions? None, call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, we have our first delegation is here. So we will go into that delegation. Okay, it just off the podium, I would think. Andrew, is that the? Yeah. And Grace. Well, we'll do introductions in case you don't know everybody here, so starting with Marlene.
Bernie Gender. Good morning, Mark. Grace.
Oh, McKay.
Larry Clark.
Dave Grover, Big Village Councilor.
Justin Stevens?
James Nyberg, Erskine South Ward, and the best ward, right, Grace? And you agree with me?
Over legislative assistant.
Andrew Burchett.
You bet.
Project administrator.
Okay,
When you give me 15 minutes, Grace, and then,
yeah, I'm gonna take 5.
okay?
5 minutes, I think we should do it. Okay, I'm here to, okay, no.
Okay, so I'm here to ask council to consider removing cardboard from the burn pits in the County of Stettler transfer sites. Burning anything that is processed emits toxins, and those toxins get in our air, and so we breathe them. Those toxins in ash that is blown around land on plants, land on the soil, and therefore they get into our food chain. So we have to be really cognizant of what we are burning. And the other thing is, when we burn something, the resources that it took to make that thing are lost forever. If we can reuse or recycle any of those items, we should make it an utmost effort to do so. So I describe on my sheet, but I won't go into the details. You can read that. I'm just touching on the main points here. As far as the burn pits, and the Stettler Waste Management Authority has been addressing what we are burning in our burn pits. And as of May this year, we have removed treated wood from our burn pit at the Stettler transfer site. And so now we only burn tree branches or untreated wood. So we're not burning particle board and plywood and so on, because they are processed and they contain toxins and should not be burnt. So when I was doing the research for Stettler Waste Management Authority on burn pits, cardboard was one of the items that I asked 12 other municipalities about how they handle cardboard. And I'm on section D now of the handout that I gave you. And the 12 municipalities are listed there. So in the County of Stettler, we burn cardboard, we landfill cardboard, and we recycle cardboard. In the other 12 municipalities, no one burns, no one landfills, they all recycle. Now, I would have to add that doesn't mean that every piece of cardboard gets recycled in those areas, but that is their focus, that they recycle all of their cardboard. Some of them handle it themselves, some contract it out, like the county is currently with your cardboard recycling program. So if we take cardboard out of the transfer sites and put it in the recycling bins, that's going to impact the county, because the county pays for the recycling of the cardboard. It's very difficult to estimate how much removing that cardboard from the burn pits add to your recycling cardboard budget. Currently, you spend about $27,000 a year on recycling cardboard. Rennie Doucette, landfill manager, and I came up with an estimate, but we have to admit it's just an estimate on our part that if we remove cardboard from the burn pits, it would increase your recycling cost by 10% to 25%. So if it increases your cardboard budget by 10%, that's an additional $2,700 a year. If it increases it by 25%, that increases your cardboard recycling by $6,750 per year. Now, one thing that Stettler Waste Management Authority did, we had the same issue when we took treated wood out of our burn pits. We had no idea of volumes. So we did a 6-month trial where we had the treated wood put in separate bins so we knew volumes and we knew what it would cost us then to handle that. And if that might be something that the council may want to consider, just a pilot project of a certain number of months, or put a dollar amount on it. If cardboard recycling goes up $5,000, we stop there and we start to burn again until the end of the year. If you want to put a budget amount on it that's very specific, but doing it for that period, any period of time, will give you an indication of what it will cost you for a full year. So burning puts toxins in the air. It's bad for the planet. It's bad for us as people. We're losing our resources that were used to make those items. We need to really try to do the right thing. Sometimes doing the right thing costs us money. You know, I'm old enough to remember here when all garbage was handled at the nuisance ground where the Stettler transfer site is right now. We burned everything, and then we took the dregs of what we burned and we buried it. And over time, we decided there are some right things that we have to do. And it took some investment. We built a landfill, not a minor investment, but investments that are for the right thing are a good investment. Compared to building a landfill that decision makers had to make in the past, removing cardboard from the transfer sites is a very low cost item. And it is the right thing to do. And I'm hoping that council will consider putting this on your budget for this year to consider. Now, again, if we always wait for the optimum financial position to do the right thing, it will rarely happen. If we think of over the years that everything that has changed in our handling of waste, and I'm sure that when we made those decisions, they were not always in the best of financial situations. But to do the right thing is necessary for our health, for the residents' health, for the planet's health. So I'm just asking that you consider cardboard recycling, removing it from the burn pits in this upcoming budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Grace, is there questions for Grace? Councillor Nyberg and then Councillor.
Go ahead, Mr. Grover.
Or Councillor Grover.
What about soils? And we went through this before, and then nobody come and picked up the cardboard a few years ago, and then we finally got so much of it we burnt it. But what about, so they're gonna, for sure, they're gonna come and pick this stuff up? And what about the cleanness? Like a lot of that cardboard is wet, has oil stains on it. It's they won't recycle it.
So first of all, you have hired 5-star recycling to handle your cardboard. And like any hauler of recycling, they rely on the markets to sell their product. Sometimes those markets are good and they sell their product quickly. Sometimes those markets are poor and they try to stockpile their stock until the market is better. So there are times when it appears that the cardboard isn't being recycled because they're waiting for a better market. As far as the soiling of the cardboard, being wet or whatever, no, sitting in.
Has contaminants on it, has whatever, and they won't take it.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
They won't take it. They
Not,
won't take the cardboard.
that isn't true to my knowledge, that,
Oh, okay.
they have their own sorting system, but in general, there is no specific instruction from Five Star on what kind of cardboard they take. Now, when they go to sell it, there may be a requirement, but that's their concern.
So just on that, I do think in our little deal that's on our fridge, it does say that they don't take soiled cardboard, i.e. pizza boxes are one of them. It's always been that with my kids, when we're having a conversation, my daughter says I'm a wishful recycler. She says, they're not gonna take it, Dad, you're causing more problems. So that is one thing.
Grace, a couple of things. On E there, you don't, for some reason, you're missing one of our partners, Roshan Sands. I'm just wondering if that was just an error or we just don't like them enough to put them on here.
To my knowledge, they don't burn.
They don't burn.
But why White Sands and Botha don't have a pit either?
Okay, sure. I just missed listing Roshan Sands as not having a burn pit. Thank you.
Fair,
Yes.
fair enough. That's where I'm at on this. And my biggest concern is our financial partners in this. And the reason I bring up Roshan Sands and White Sands and the town of Stettler, the village of Big Valley, the village of Denelda. I don't think this is a bad idea. There's some opportunity for this. But I think it's from a financial standpoint, we all have to be on the same page. And that's why I'm a big favor of having a regional system so that we go that way. My problem and my concern is that, Mr. Brishik takes his TV box out to the transfer site in Stettler, which realistically he's not supposed to do because he is a town resident. And he takes it and puts it in our recycling. So now my ratepayers are paying for recycling for the town folk. And I don't want to get in ours and theirs, but I do feel that if we go this route, the unintended implicit cost that happens to the county ratepayers is that we pay for even more recycling for our town partners, our village partners, our summer village partners. So I'm a little hesitant. The concept works for me. I get the idea behind it. I'm a 3R guy and still am. But at the end of the day, there is that cost that if it was shared across all bandwidths, I'm down with it. It's good. But if it's not shared across everybody's municipality, we're picking winners and losers for ratepayers, and I'm not sure I can do that to our ratepayers just yet. So that's my fear. And if we can get our partners on board and do something regionally, I'm 100%. My other fear and my other concern with this, Mr. Chairman, is if we go down this route, how much is going to be done now at home? Right? If I go to the transfer site and I go, oh, I don't want your cardboard, it's got to go here and it's full or whatever the case may be, do they take it home and do they just decide to burn it in the burn pit at home? So we're going to have to do some education portion on that too. And that's always an issue. Go forward there.
Okay, good comments. Thank you very much. As far as the partners, that's certainly beyond the scope of what I'm presenting here, and that would be certainly something to be considered. Cardboard is right now a county jurisdiction because the town has their curbside program. So that's something that possibly needs to be addressed on a bigger scale than what I'm looking at here. As far as, the pizza boxes and so on, we would be dealing with that right now because there is a recycling program for cardboard. And so people are throwing their cardboard into the cardboard bins. So whether they're soiled or not, it's the same issue, whether you add more or keep it the same. And then the last, concern about people then taking their product home and then just burning it. We can't control what people do, obviously, but I think more and more people are wanting to do the right thing. They want to have these services available. They want to think that we are going towards a healthier planet and a healthier way of doing things.
And sorry, Andrew, for picking you out. You haven't bought a new TV lately, but.
I can definitely see the advantages of recycling because landfills aren't cheap to build either. And if this material all ends up in the landfill, I mean, it fills it up so much faster and that comes in at another cost. And I must say down at Vymore, the attendant at our transfer station, he has educated people pretty well because now he even cut a lot of the boxes himself to start with, but it ends up in the cardboard recycling and you don't see very much in either the burn pit or the transfer station dumpsters. So, I mean, it is an education piece, but it is working. I mean, most of the cardboard there seems to be going into the recycler. And so I can see the advantages of recycling it over landfilling it. And of course, the burning option isn't as healthy. So I think education, again, will direct people to recycle it. But with Councillor Nyberg's comments, is all this cardboard regionally, there probably should be a better plan for the process of payment, I guess, to make sure it does end up being recycled properly. But those are just some comments I had.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Grover?
I got a pickup load of cardboard, Grace. Half of it is I've kept and it's good, and the other is maybe can go through the recycling. I don't know. Take it to the dump, and they reject part of it, and they accept part of it. So then what am I gonna do with the rest of it?
So the cardboard that you cannot recycle should not be burned, which is the purpose of my presentation. The next option would be for it to be landfilled. And so it would be put into the garbage if it's not suitable for recycling. The volumes of unsuitable recycling cardboard are not that great.
Yeah. I just wanted to know what I was gonna do with it. I guess I know now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevens?
As far as the regional approach with where this cardboard comes from, several of our partners have already brought in this program. The town has some sort of cardboard recycling program. So do both of the summer villages. And you're looking at the sites listed, Gatsby, Vymore, Denelda, Erskine, those are all county residents. So I'm not sure if I'm there where we have to wait for Denelda and Big Valley as the lone holdouts to sign on before we'll do it. Do we want to be the last ones, I guess, is my question. And yeah, regional where everything is common and everyone does the same thing would be great, but we don't live in a perfect world. I mean, they have their own autonomy to a certain extent, and I would prefer not to be the laggard, if you will.
Nyberg?
Actually, they all have.
To Mr. Stevens' comment, the problem that I have is that what ends up happening is since they don't have burn pits, particularly Botha, White Sands, and Roach and Sands, what I feel, and it's just my theory, is that the non-recyclable garbage, cardboard, is going into our burn pits. So if we take that product out of our burn pit and put it into our recycling program, that is where I see the problem. If it came out of the program equally and went into the town of Stettler's program, and it went into White Sands program, and it went into Big Valley's program, and it went into Denelda's program equally across the board. Hey, Bob's your uncle, I'm on that. Then I say that we are only taking our cardboard, that's a fair deal. But if we're taking all the other municipalities, contaminated cardboard or waste cardboard that's going into the burn pit, that is an unfair, if you would say, advantage to the ratepayers of the county of Stettler. Then we're paying for everybody else's garbage cardboard, and I don't want to do that. I know what you're saying. They have programs. We have a program. Town of Stettler has a program, but the devil is in the details. Where do we make the distinction that banana box came from the county of Stettler or came from the town of Stettler? If everything is get into burn pit, goes into our recycling program, I'm not so sure that makes sense to me. That's why a regional program would work better.
Sorry, go ahead.
The diversion into our recycling program, I'll agree that there could be a cost to that. The soil, the waste, that sort of thing that gets diverted to the landfill, that's already a shared cost. That's through Stettler Waste Management. That is a regional partnership. All of us pay into the landfill. So the part that gets diverted to the landfill, everyone's already sharing in that equally. If there is some being diverted to our recycling program from the others, yes, there is hypothetically a cost to that.
And I would agree with those comments. And to further that, again, we're not looking at huge dollars here. We're looking at an additional $2,700 to $6,700. So in the grand scheme of things, that's extremely minor. If there is a wee bit of that comes from the town, and we want to go ask the town for $1,000 or whatever, that's whatever. But it's just not big dollars in my mind.
Councilor Grover?
Last time I was at the dump, there was, from the town, I know these people because one of them is my relation. They live in town. They were dumping right here at this dump out right by town. So they throw their cardboard in the cardboard pile to be burnt, and if they put it into recycle, you're going to get, there's what, 50, how many people in over 5,000 here? And I would say, what percentage of them are putting cardboard into the thing? We have no way to tax them for their share of the share money raised.
I would agree that your current recycling program, that is the only, just in the Stettler transfer site, so there's 27,000 that you spend on all of your transfer sites for recycling cardboard. Stettler transfer site is just one of those. I don't have the numbers broken down to each transfer site. But we don't know right now in our present program how much is from a town resident, how much is from a county resident. If that's something that the council wants to address, again, that's beyond the scope of what I'm presenting.
I guess moving towards a solution, are we open to a small pilot program so that we can approach our regional partners, say $3,000 next year, we get some numbers on what our increased volume is, then we have numbers and data to approach our regional partners? Is there appetite for that? Because right now, we're kind of stabbing in the dark at what we're talking about for volumes.
Well, I think that's something that'll have to be brought up at budget time. That's not a decision that should or would be made here anyways. A great presentation. Interesting.
I just have one comment though.
Okay.
Is I use the little landfill at Gadsby, and the size of the cardboard bin there, I think our costs are going to go up substantially because that bin certain times of the year fills up very quickly. And then that's not including typically fridge boxes or range boxes and things like that. You break them down, they go into the burn pile. You start putting them into those little bins, we're going to have a lot bigger bins, a lot bigger trucks going up to pick them up. I don't know if that percentage will be there, but on the same sense, I still can't I come around that ring road all the time and I see the vehicles loaded with stuff strapped down going out to the transfer site. It's not coming from the county, and I'm in that same boat. They need to come to the table and talk to us. We've talked to them about recycling in the past, and we both have opinions on recycling, so they may change, but I mean, that's currently, their stuff does not all get sent at the curb. That's, I don't want our taxpayers paying for that either, Grace. We're one of our taxpayers. If we're gonna do it, I agree with the recycling, but if we're gonna do it, we have to make sure that it's not on the backs of the county Stellar taxpayer.
So, Mr. Chairman, the one thing I was gonna say is it's a contentious issue because when we do our, survey out there, it's almost as many people want to cut, you want to save money, cut the recycling, as many people say they want to improve the recycling. So it's on both sides of that fence for sure. It's a funny one to have because it's an easy one to cut, right? So, but I'm not opposed to putting a pilot project, but again, we will have to look at that at budget time and see if there's some room to do that. There may be some opportunity to, and we have to see, honestly, we're going to have another contract come in, and I see that price on itself going up just because of the price of fuel. So I think that's going to be a discussion we'll have to have. But great presentation, Grace, as always.
Thank you very much. So I think the pilot project might be a wise way to proceed with this, to have some numbers that you can then go forward with, yes or no. Anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Grace.
Thanks.
I see we have our next delegations here, so we may as well continue into that. Again, Mr. Sutton. You needed, introductions, Darren, do you?
What's that?
I said, do you know everybody?
Again.
Yeah. We'll start with Marlene for introductions.
Morning, Gender. Good morning.
Paul McCain, in our grade role.
Sorry, Clark.
Dave Grover, Big Valley's counselor.
Justin Stevens.
Les Stuhlberg, Lamorandiang.
James Habergershkin, South Warden Councillor.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
University Director of Municipal Services. You got Cassidy, CEO.
Project Administrator.
Sign Manager of Protective Services.
Hey, I'm Darren Sutton, owner operator of Sutton Septic, service out of Stettler. Do you guys have any information in front of you on my, I've got a few copies. This is basically a summary.
Oh, I think we saw this, yeah. This is Andrew. This is the one.
You get.
Well, you could bring that up. I'll let you have that and then bring it up and send it to us if you would.
So in a nutshell, the paper you got in front of you is a summary of the septic hall contract that I signed. There's a couple things I want to note on there. Is there's on the right hand side, there's basically a column there for if we do extra work, what your per hour rate is. And the three people that went on there, they were $110 an hour, $150 an hour, $145 an hour, and I'm $150 an hour. And the reason for that is we all run in roughly the same equipment. That's what we need out of our equipment. But if you look at the winning bid was me, and I'm at like, say $46,000, $45,950. The next closest bid is like $140,000 per year. That's $100,000 a year difference. I commend the county for looking at it and saying, okay, we'll go with save money and go with the low bid. How I justify that bid is because I have lots of business at Buffalo Lake. So the way I justify it I'm up there anyhow. So I top off at the county tanks to haul the septic. So that's fine and dandy. That's how I justify, that's how come I'm quite a bit lower than anybody else on this bid, but yet my per hour rate is the same. Right, when I do extra work or what I need out of my truck. But how I justify it is because I have so much work up there, I'm kind of working the county tank in. Well, in April, out of the blue, the county says, yeah, no more, the people out of the village of White Sands and the people out of the village of Roshan, they can't dump at the county lagoon anymore. So in April, I got to scramble and find a place to dump this sewage because it's not going away. So my only option, I went through a few different scenarios, but my best option was to go to Basho. Okay, so now I'm on the road quite a bit more, but I'm going to Basho to get rid of the sewage. I just lived with it. It really hurt my business a lot when you shut them lagoons down out of the blue, but whatever, that's the way things are. But since then, in August, the county decides to put a 75% ban on the roads coming out of the county tanks. So now, instead of me always being up there and just using the county tank for a top up, basically I have to make a special trip. That's all I haul is the county tank. Well, that's why all these other guys were 100,000 a year more than me, because that's all they were doing. These other guys that bid on it, I'm the only local guy. I'm the only county taxpayer and county landowner that bid on this. There's other guys in the area that are in the county, they didn't even bid on it. It is a one-way contract. I admit I signed it, but holy cow, like you guys totally changed the parameters of my work that I bid on at the time of this contract. And I don't think it's very fair. I don't think I'm asking for anything extra. I either need, I would like a road use agreement where I can haul a full load and continue on my work the way I did, or I need more money per load because my per hour rate is no different than the other guys that bid on this, but yet I was 100,000 a year cheaper. And I've been around. It's either been me or my brother-in-law that have hauled sewer for a long time. It's not my first rodeo. I can't believe you expect me to honor this contract when you've changed the working parameters so much. That's why my bid was so much less and saved you guys a lot of money. Now really I'm gonna lose money, especially in the summertime. I would like some leniency and a road use agreement or something. And any of you that have run a vac truck, you never fill a vac truck right to the top anyhow. It's not like a water truck where you're looking down in there and you're filling from the top. It has a float system on it. And if you fill it too full, your float shuts off. You lose all your vacuum, and then your hoses are right full of sewage water and whatnot. So as an operator, you never fill your truck right full anyhow. But I'd just like to see what your opinion on that is. I get it. You probably think the road is taking a beating, but the way it is now, before I used to fill up and kind of use the county for a top up unless I was getting behind. Then I would go straight to the county tank, fill up and get out of there. But now I have to go there first, then drive down the road and top off somewhere else to hopefully make a full load. Either that or run around half empty. Well, I'm on the road that you're trying to save at least twice as much, at least. And me at 20 or 30 kilometers an hour, I think 30 kilometers an hour is the posted speed limit around the lake there. 20 to 30 kilometers an hour on a road with a heavy load is not hurting anything. Speed with a big load, yeah, but that's not the case. So I would like some leniency here or some explanation how you think like I said, it's not even close, my bid. But that's how I justify it. But you took that right away from me. And I don't think you council members realize that. Like, that's all I have to say. I can't believe how you think I should be able to honor this contract when you've totally changed my working parameters.
You're covered there, Darren. Is questions to you? Councilor Grover?
I agree. What would the hourly fee have to be to haul a legal load? Legal load being 75% down the road.
My hourly rate?
What would it have to be to haul on 75% road?
Well, I'm still at 150 an hour.
No. But what would it have to be for you to make the same type of money? It'd have to be more money an hour, right?
Well, yeah, it's down there double, Dave, because it's not just the fuel. It's what I pay my man, because now we're working way more hours. I'm wearing tires out. Like it basically takes me twice as long. And I have to just go to the county tanks. That's all. There's no, okay, I'm on the way by. That's why this one guy on here's $797.50 for the first load. Well, yeah, guess why? Because he's coming out of Edmonton. And then $290 for every load after that. I'm in August, I was down to $130 a load because August 18th, they started enforcing that road ban. My loads that month went up 15, 18 loads at each location.
Councilor Nyberg?
So what's the distance? Is there a different distance between Denelda and Erskine? Like kilometer wise?
Yeah, it's about 15 minutes difference. Like I personally, yeah, I'm glad I'm going to Erskine.
So Erskine is closer for you?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saving some money on that side, right? Okay. And I think, I'm not 100% sure I understand why you would have to double your hourly rate if, I think for me, you're running down the road, the hourly rate is the hourly rate. It costs you $150 an hour to run up and down the road. Whether you're full or empty, it doesn't matter. It just, how many loads you're gonna take is what the difference is.
Yeah, that's.
How many hours. So and that, I think that's what Mr. Grover was getting at. How many more loads are you going to take because we put on the 75% ban?
In the busy months, it's between 12 and 15 loads.
More loads?
More loads. And in the off months, it's between.
Per month? That's per month.
Yeah.
12 per month?
Yeah, 12 to 15.
Thank you.
And in the off months, I'd say 8.
Okay, 8. And then, so what does it take? What roughly, give me I don't know how long you're.
An hour and a half.
An hour and a half for round trip run.
Yeah, so, like.
225 is what you're looking at.
But even $200 would it's not that I wasn't a fair bid to start with, like.
Well, unfortunately, Darren, I have a little bit of issue when it's so cheap. Maybe we should be looking at why it was so cheap, right? Maybe there was something you didn't factor in and we didn't factor in. So I'm not going to say either way, we both could have made that mistake. But when we see those bids at such a discrepancy, maybe it should be behooving to us to look at it and say, okay, we need to double check and make sure that you've crossed every T and dotted every I going forward. That might be on ours, right? So, and I'm not saying that's where it was at. So.
Counselor Stevens?
One comment I'd like to make is when you're talking about the difference in these bids, a big portion of that is the address. If they're sending trucks out of Calgary, of course you're gonna be cheap. And that's a huge part of this bid. I'm not saying that's entirely the difference, but it is a large portion of it. Because you have explained that you built some efficiencies there. I get that. My question is to administration. When was the first time we ever put a ban on Bayview Street?
Baby Street's been banned as long as I've been here, and that's almost 17 years.
So the tanks in question have existed on a banned road for 17 years.
Okay, but there's never been a sign on Bayview till this year. You did have a sign at BS, and it's never been enforced. And there's a few people in this room that were at the meeting that we went to in front of the Buffalo View Estates there, and not one word was said about the road ban being on all the time. I have no problem respecting a road ban in the spring when it's, it's soft, the roads are terrible, but like I said, right, the little bit of paving that you guys actually did on Bayview was on the north lane when you turn right coming out of Buffalo View Estates. Well, before, I never ever turned right coming out of there with a full load. I went left over past Paradise Shores down the gravel. So the road in there that's broke up is from the traffic, just traffic use, or it's funny that whole north side for about 600 feet, and I would say is substandard packing in the road, and it went to hell on you there. But the rest of Bayview has not been touched, is fine. But I actually used to go and turn a left turn with a full load heading east. Well, now what I do, I go over to White Sands, I put half a load on, because that's all you get for 75%. Then I drive all the way down Bayview, down that north lane that you just repaved with half a load, twice as much, and I drop down into the bay, top off there. And then I head to friggin' Bashaw. I go down to 601, make a right-hand turn. Because Red Willow Lagoon is closed to them. But that's the trouble of the villages or you guys. The thing that bothers me is I can't get out of the county tanks here with only half a load. Like it's not the parameters I bid on. Yeah, you can say that road was banned, but there was no signs up on that Bayview Road till now. BS, Buffalo Sands Road, yeah, there was a 75% one on there. It was never enforced, but that's the one that grader's never on anyhow. You can say what you want. I've only seen that grader on that road going into the county tank once this summer. He might have been on there twice, but I only see him once. Every other road, yeah, I see him on there lots, but not that 75% one. And it's in fine shape.
Did you haul 75 on that one?
Yes.
Council Gunner?
correct me if I'm wrong here, but did you just say that, okay, you fill up part of a load at, within the county, then you go down into Ocean Sands and pick up,
On Bayview, I picked up on Bayview.
and then you haul to get, or DeBashaw?
Just from the, down in the bay and White Sands, the villages.
Okay, so I was just wondering whether you were loading up partially, say like from the county and then loading up, say like from the villages and then hauling it out. But any of the sewage that is transferred from the county, you are allowed to haul it down to either Red Willow or Erskine.
Yeah. But before, when I very first bid on this, I could haul the village, county, it was all going to the same place, right? In April, I believe it was, I believe it was April, it was right in around there, April or May, when the lagoon was shut down to the villages.
The Red Willow Lagoon. And it's been shut down and.
And Erskine, like, I can't take,
No.
they sent me over to Erskine, which, you know, it's a county lagoon, it doesn't, I actually prefer going to Erskine because it's pavement, it's shorter for me.
But Red Willow is a totally different subject, but it could be another year, 2 years. We met with White Sands Council. We don't know for sure when we'll have approval to drain that again. So that could be, you know, that's a different discussion. As far as the road goes up there, though, infrastructure is one of our biggest costs here. We can sit here and say 30 kilometers an hour with your truck fully loaded is better than half loaded at 30 kilometers an hour. But it still comes down to
traffic.
Twice the traffic, twice as many trips, you betcha. But it still comes down to the fact of, as far as that road in question going right back to the highway, we have a problem as a municipality trying to maintain it to people's standards that don't pay taxes to the county. So when those bans went on, you know, we get answers to questions such as, we have no construction going on in the summer villages. And the trucks we stop, all the cement trucks are going to the summer villages. So that ban is on there, not to target sewer haulers, but to look at overall traffic on that road. And that's the enforcement of the 75% on Bayview Street also. Because if we didn't have it on, didn't enforce it, that same traffic would all come across Bayview. So Roshan is sitting on the highway, they follow the provincial rules getting in there, but I mean, the rest of it, it's our taxpayers, and you as a taxpayer that's paying for that road and grading it multiple times a month compared to the one going into BS. And it's just, enough was enough from council.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
the last I think was Heather.
Did you have your hand up, Les?
Yeah. I was just wondering, Darren, your contract is for another, is it a year and a half or so, or how long?
Yeah, it's, I believe it's till April.
23.
Yeah.
Okay. And I was wondering, like, do you have a set figure of adjustment that you have in mind for council discussion? Or like for future discussion, I mean?
Well, you know, for my extra loads, I'd like $200 extra per load, but ideally, the simplest thing would be just, okay, haul a legal load, you're exempt. You'd be no money out. That'd be the simplest, but one or the other, but I don't quite get the area that I drive with the full load is not the areas where the grade, that's not where you guys are having the problems. And that would be my point. But, or otherwise, I don't, it's all there in black and white. I don't know how you can, my per hour rate is the same as everybody else. It's just, and I'm up there, I'm living here. You know, I guess I did leave some money on the table, but it's probably one of them things where I did not think my parameters for my working parameters would change. It was bad enough when the lagoon got shut down. It's really bad now.
It didn't affect your bid with the county when the lagoon got shut down. It would be your other business up there with other.
It did though, Larry, because all of a sudden now I got half the load on, I can't top off at the lagoon, right? I gotta go to Bashaw with half the load because I'm from the village. And if I can't get another one, right? And everybody's the same, they want to pay extra. They want to wait till that tank's down there full, right? So they're not, you know, I can't just wheel into a place and say, yeah, I'm just here to top off my truck. Whereas before, I always knew I could have a legal load on that truck because I was up, you know, I was up Buffalo Sands way or Scenic Sands way or whatever. I could grab stuff out of the county tank when I wasn't full. So it did affect me a lot. But it really affected me, the 75% ban and enforcing it.
So if we allowed the villages to dump at Erskine again, would that solve your issue? I'll be honest, Darren, I don't know what sewer weighs, like,
Well,
you know, if you're at, I know you talked about the float thing, you didn't want your hose full, but if you get to that point, are you positive, you don't have scales on your truck, right?
No.
So could you be full, as you call it, but still be overloaded?
No, yeah.
Okay. So how do you mitigate that stopping from being, you know, I run truck too, so I know if I pick up a certain vehicle, I have a book that I look at and they'll say that vehicle weighs X amount of weight. So when I pull it up, I'm gonna say, okay, Farmer Dave there has a tiny tank in the back. The first thing I ask him, is it full or is it empty? If it's a full tiny tank, I'm pushing the legal limit of what I can haul. But I'm pretty confident I know that. Are you confident you know that? Like, I mean, I'll be honest, Darren, it would piss me off if we said we're going to give you this and then we find out you're running at 120% over capacity. That would really piss me off because what it does to this council, when we talk to other truck drivers that are running up and down the road and we give them a ticket for overload, but we've given you an exemption because you're hauling our shit, that is not good. So I just.
Funny you mentioned that because the day I got weighed, gravel trucks are hauling right by me.
Okay, and we weigh them too. Absolutely.
Yeah, they got a road use agreement. They're paving. They're hauling gravel, pavement. They got a road use agreement. So there I am getting weighed. But to answer your question, I knew what I could haul before gross load, but I wasn't sure on axle weight. Now I know, but you're looking at a float, right?
Yeah.
So, and
We all get to me. I get to.
the water's a little different because it depends how much crap's in it, right? So it does weigh a little different. It depends how much mud I have on the truck, but like I said, I've been around for a long time. So now I have a little bit better idea. So I can be within 100 gallons, 150, 200 gallons, which they usually probably would not even ticket me for that.
Right.
I would get a warning.
That's at 100%, right? Or are you talking, that takes you to 70?
My actual weight now. I know because basically I knew what I could haul before gross weight, but with my axle weight, it's actually a tish less than that.
Yeah.
So I do know what I can haul now.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to figure out is it the road ban that's causing you grief? Or is it the fact that you can't haul
to product at the same time. I guess which of the two? We got two problems here. I just want to say.
Well, but I'm just pointing out how much my parameters have changed.
Right.
But yeah, the lagoon thing is one, but the road ban, it really hurt me because on this contract, it absolutely made it so that's the only reason why I go to that county tank now is to haul. Whereas before, I could use it as a filler. That's why my price was lower. That's why these other guys, another reason why these other guys were a lot higher is the way you guys wanted, the way you county wanted it. It had to be per month, not per load, which is insane in my opinion. But I signed it, but I'm the only bloody one from Stellar. But it's insane. Like, what about the months that I don't haul much? Well, I had to average everything out, you know? And that's what these guys did too. They're going worst case scenario, right? They're going, well, okay. They did. I don't know how many, it's common knowledge with the county boys that work out there. The Buffalo View tank leaks. So when the water table comes up, I'm hauling fresh water. It's leaking in all the time, and it's still leaking in. Talk to Randy, you don't believe me. That thing will make 2 tandem loads in a weekend on wet high. This year was great.
You did well this year because there was no water. We're into a wet year.
It's absolutely insane the way the contract even is, but I signed it, you know. But you totally changed the working parameters. It's not what I signed in April or you know, the year before. You changed the lagoon location for one, and now the road ban.
Counselor Stevens and then Counselor Stone.
The lagoon location is somewhat of a moot point. We've already established Erskine is closer than Red Willow. So that can be set
It's not
aside.
a moot point, Justin. It's not a moot point because I was using it as a filler. Well, I can't haul the villages to Erskine, so I can't top off.
So that is correct.
Location doesn't matter.
That you are making a shorter round trip. The fact that you can't haul
That's the
from the village and the county. Yeah. Okay, I understand what you're saying. We're good. So we've removed an efficiency in your operating business. I get that. We made a comparison, both yourself and Councillor Nyberg, to gravel haulers and how they get road use agreements. One of the conditions with road use agreements with our other haulers is that they put up a bond. So if the infrastructure gets damaged, they pay for the repair. If we're going to make an apples to apples comparison, that's one of the things they go through with their road use agreement. Is that something you would entertain?
What's the bond?
50 grand.
It depends on the length of the road and it
It's
depends
the
on.
length of the road, it's $5,000 a mile, up to a maximum of 50,000.
And but that is with the other, with road use agreements, that is the big piece of that is that they do bond what they're doing. And if it's a gravel road and they damage it, they can be repaired with a grader. They bring the equipment out, they repair it if the county accepts the equipment that they're bringing out, which a lot of the contractors we do. But if not, then we would repair it and they would be given the bill for it. That's based on their trucks, but you gotta treat every truck the same at that point. Or if there's more, I guess if there's more than one truck on that same road with your road base agreement, then you have to look at each party individually.
Well, there's a lot of trucks on
I
that.
know that's one of the issues. There is a lot of trucks going up there, and it's a lot of it is not, like the whole issue with that road is wasn't going to for all town properties, it's really affecting you because of what you do. I understand. But as far as cement or lumber supplies and stuff getting hauled into other places, it's affecting them and they have to deal with it until we come up with a different solution. So, but
Okay, yeah, they have to deal with it. You know how they deal with it, Larry? They charge more. So that homeowner, that cement truck's making 6 trips in there instead of 3, then that cement basement or whatever costs more. My point is, I've locked in for 3 years at a working parameters that you guys have changed, but yet you think I should still haul for the same amount of money.
So did you increase your contract to all your other people that you pick up as well? What was the increase on that?
Let's ask White Sands.
What was the increase, just roughly? How much per hour? I just,
I doubled it.
okay.
At a White Sands, it's double.
for what you can haul.
1,200 gallons. So in reality, it was more than double.
So,
But you know, what else could I do? Because, like I said, it's time. It's all time. That's all it is. And it's right there in black and white. My equipment, it's not a,
No, we did get that point. Definitely see that here. Counselor Nyberg.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going off rough figuring, actually. If we say 12 and 8, as Mr. Sutton has told us, then he actually then, by the parameters of the bid that we have in front of us, he would have been the second lowest bid. Actually, Go Services would have been cheaper. Again, all things said, that would be at that point in time. I have a real hard time changing a contract halfway through what we've done, because it really messes up our bid process. I mean, this is an unfortunate situation where contracts change throughout the time and or contracts stay the same, but parameters change going forward. Legislation falls in play that you have to, it does change the contract that you're dealing with. I mean, when they came out for crushed cars and they all had to be covered loads, it went from, if you had a contract as a crusher, all of a sudden that contract, you lost another $2,000 a load basically, right? So, or a contract. So, I mean, that's the way that it happens. I get it. I understand that. Unfortunately, we do have an individual here that in some ways we have caused the issue. Some of it is a little bit on both sides. We both should have maybe been a little bit cautious of where we were at on this. Looking for the best deal always gets us there. I'm not sure where we can go with this. From an administration point of view, Yvette, what is council's options as far as changing contracts? I mean, we're going to look, like, if we change this halfway through and he now becomes the second lowest bid, Go Services has a right to burn us.
I don't think I would have been.
What you told me, what you
figured out, it comes out to 72,000.
Well, you told me 12 per month and 8 per month. So that actually doubles yours, over double yours. So that would be 45,000.
No, the 8 per month is on the lower pay schedule at 2750.
Oh, okay.
And so I still think I would be under that. And if you look, there's an asterisk that Go Services. That's based on 10 loads per week in the summer, 5 loads per week in the winter.
Oh, okay. I was on
2 loads.
Yeah, no, when I asked, the question I asked was how many more increases? So you're saying there's 2 more loads basically is what you're saying, not 12 more loads?
No,
12 in
the busy months. At least.
In a month. I was thinking a week. That's where I had it figured out. So 12 more a month. Okay.
It's still, but
then that's the 72,000. Yeah, that makes sense.
12 in busy season, 8 in the off season. call 6 months each, averages out to 10 months, 10 extra loads every month on average annual.
Well, I was under the impression that was a situation as well.
Let's go auto, there's an asterisk there, that's based on, over them loads, it'd be more.
No, and that's where we're saying
What did you say your number was calculated at? 72 what?
72.9, I think.
I think I had it around 72, but like I said, my feeling would be just, I would rather just say, okay, you can haul a legal load, but it's whatever it's one or the other. I would like, and I don't think I'm being unreasonable here.
So
asking for it.
the problem with that, Darren, that I see, I guess, going forward is when the contract comes up next time, how do we ever enforce on the next person that bids to say to them, you can haul a legal load? Well, then how do we tell the contract guy, the concrete guy, or the gravel guy, or any of those other guys? They'll just say, well, we want to haul a legal load. Tell us how we can do that. I'm trying to be fair with everybody. And then when going into that next contract, we have to be fair across the board.
Let's face it, whoever was second would not have bid that at 75%.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying.
So, the rules have changed midstream here, and I think it is up to council to review this. And I was just wondering, do you report the loads that you haul, or do you just do the flat months?
Yeah, I do a tab and I send it into Randy and along with manifest.
Okay, so we should have the information.
It really does vary. Per month, it varies quite a bit.
So we should have enough information to review this and see what we can come up with.
I agree. I think there's some room to move on this.
Just for clarification, I'm getting the same math as you, that it would work out to be about that 72,000 a year, based on the information you're giving. That's an hour and a half round trip. I'm getting roughly the same math as what you are on this, which is still less than those services. I sympathize with a contractor working for a government body, provincial, county, which is our power. If they're doing a good service that we have no complaints, I do hate local contractors losing money working for us. I do agree that some of this has changed because of us. Some of it was just assumed because of a perceived lack of enforcement previously. So I do think that there is some on both sides there. I don't think we're innocent in this. So I would like a clarification from administration. After we go through a tender process with multiple bids, do we run into any legal issues changing that terms without putting it back to bid? I don't want to cut any corners there. I mean, I'm open to this discussion, and I mean, if it wasn't public money, we could approach a handshake agreement, but the rules are different when it's public money. And I'd like administration to get back to us on what parameters we have to work in there, because it may lead that our only legal option is to retender the whole works, or a road use agreement and bond and try and protect ourselves that way to get as close to the original terms as we had.
So if it was a road use agreement, then you'd want me to put up the bond as soon as the agreement happens till the term of the contract is over.
Yeah, that's how it would work. To be able to utilize that. Is it your comments on that, CEO Gasper?
Just that, the estimate on the bond was done for gravel roads. I don't know what it would be for paved surfaces, because pavement is very expensive to replace. I am a little concerned that if we change the this contract a lot, that it's probably not the fairest process, and it may need to be retendered.
That's questions we can answer back to council after. Council Brewer?
My question to Darren is, would you be opposed to putting a retainer in and everybody has to haul a 75% load?
If it came to the point of.
But I'm just saying that's one option.
That might be our only option.
Just retender.
Everybody has to haul 75% load.
Well, that would be the big.
Everything would be the same
So everyone,
and bid it accordingly.
yeah.
Your rate might stay the same, but the amount of loads you take might be more, so we would see that increase go forward, absolutely. But, I mean, that's what
Yeah,
If we have to make a decision on the 75% ban and to try and do a full out road use agreement year.
and then just have a new contract for tender. Is that what you're saying, Dave?
Yes, exactly.
that might be our only option, unfortunately.
Well, that unfortunately, that might be because we're gonna change it quite a bit, and that 75% does change it quite a bit, because 75% of what the truck weighs. And I've been,
Yeah, because it's axle weight too, right? It's actually not 75% of the truck.
75% of the whole,
Axle weight, people don't realize that. You know,
unless
He
you've
doesn't
been,
go over enough scales. I think he does realize that, but yeah.
I've been over a few scales.
but
Some I didn't like it, the way they got done right now, ticket either, but.
Sometimes it's how you have it registered too.
Or we can do a road use agreement, but that bonding, I think is, for her to get 50,000 is $5,000. It's not put up 50,000, right? When you go to get bonding.
Well,
Deal.
It
Kathy?
is, but that's based on a gravel road, not a paved surface. Baby Street is.
Paved road maybe be more.
and Mr. Chairman, into that end, we put that road ban on for a reason. And it's there to protect our infrastructure. And if we start one-offing and letting certain people, we don't let our own trucks. Like if our trucks are going down there, they are not on any special privilege to run down there full, right? So our guys are in the same boat as anybody else. So, people think that happens, it doesn't.
when you paved there, you did. There was a road use agreement. They were hauling full load.
That was a contractor.
Yeah, contractor working for the county.
Yeah, absolutely, they did. So, but our own guys for gravel, right? So, we have to follow the same rules as everybody else. That being said, I think we have to treat everybody fairly, and it might be the way to go.
Before, I wasn't really down there before I jumped in.
Well, no, but I thought you were.
Okay, I know.
Sorry, Mr.
I would like to say something. I like to see our local guys, whether it be Darren or whether it be whoever, get this contract because they live in this community and they have some accountability. The other guy can come in, he haul full load till he gets caught and then drop the contract, take off. He's gone today, here today and gone to Maui. So I don't know, but there's no other way. I don't think there's no other way but to put it back up for bid. I'm sorry. Thank you.
We have to discuss this all the council.
Go ahead, Theo, okay.
Just, when speaking with Darren, coming from White Sands to Roshan Sands and using Baby Street, we promised the residents up there that we wouldn't allow that to happen. So if you're picking up in the county, even if you have to go right down to Chokecherry Lane, you should be coming back east, and then even though the band's the same, and then hitting the gravel roads, if you're going from White Sands to Roshan Sands, you should be using, 20-4. So I think also in this contract, the route's got to be specified to keep as much big traffic off of Baby Street that we possibly can.
And I think we've had that request from the village of Roshan Sands on the last one I saw. They want to talk about a road use agreement. So I'm thinking they're on the same wavelength as us as taking some of that traffic off of that road. So.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the base on Baby Street probably isn't the best, right? But it is a, kind of more a summer But the pavement's only 3 inches thick, so we have to be very careful what we let on it. So if we're gonna keep that pavement up to the standard that the residents are expecting, you know, I apologize,
No.
but the only way to do that is to keep the weights off the roads.
Well, I am going east out of the county, always was, but now, yeah, now being I can only put half a load on a White Sands. I used to come out of White Sands, make a left-hand turn, head over to 56 and go to Bashaw. Now, a lot of times if I have business in Roshan, then I go down Bayview and drop down there.
Just so that you're on provincial highways coming up.
Yes, because a loaded truck is more efficient than running around half empty. It's hard enough to do, to coordinate your loads anyhow.
But on that same piece, is originally didn't even want the road past, what was Paradise Shores open. So that, they do not want traffic across there, even if you're going super up there.
I know, trust me, it's not news to me, but the bottom line is, I gotta make a living,
And their stuff has to go somewhere.
right? And I did try to respect that before, but it's made it a lot harder now, you know, and do I wanna make money or do I wanna please everybody?
You'd like to do both.
Usually, yeah.
It wasn't hard before, but it's difficult now.
Counselor Stevenson.
I think the road use agreement actually gives us one other advantage is picking the road. And yeah, the bond changes for what it would cost to repair pavement versus gravel. I get that. But under a road use agreement, we can specify the route. So we're going east out of Roshan Sands Heights. That's minimizing the amount of asphalt that gets driven on. And then we're on the gravel and back to normal. And we are avoiding all the residential traffic. So there is that other benefit that if we go the road use agreement, then we can specify the road taking. And as if I'm understanding you correctly, if you were allowed to haul 100%, you would not have an issue going across in front of Paradise Shores and taking gravel that way?
Now, because that's basically the trip I was doing 90% of the time anyhow.
We would be essentially restoring you back to your old way of operating.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, pretty close. I mean, that, like, I know that lagoon issue is far from being resolved, but.
I have one other question for you. When you dump at Bashaw, do they charge a fee?
Yeah, it's 370 a cubic meter, goes through a meter. I have a credit card there, it comes off my account.
How you handle it is completely up to you. But going back to how we started this conversation about summer villages not being able to haul to county lagoons, that's an important factor because it's not the county saying, we're not the anomaly here. Bashaw will take effluent from other municipalities at a very substantial cost. The county is saying the same thing. Once we get corrections, we're not willing to do this for free. We don't want to saddle you as a taxpayer at the county with 100% of this cost. We're trying to get back on par with what other municipalities are doing. We provide services for our residents. If other people use our services, then there is a fee. And how we structure that, I mean, is up for negotiation. But us cutting off the summer villages was two parts. A, we have issues at Red Willow, and B, we can't saddle county ratepayers with 100% of that cost for other municipalities any longer.
Well, I understand that, but that's not my argument. I'm just saying when that, I was just explaining why my bid was so much lower. It's actually two parts, right? But, yeah, I agree. If they're gonna continue to use the lagoon, the user fee has to go up for them. I believe they should be able to use the lagoons personally, but I think their user fee, their tax, however it's done, should go up. They don't think that, but I just be quiet, I just haul it, right?
Good idea.
But that's why I go to Bashaw, and that's why my rate went up. I lost a lot of customers. There's a few guys that aren't hauling to Bashaw. There's other options out there, but quite frankly, 17, 18 years ago, this very county suggested I quit doing the practices I was doing and dump it in an approved spot. So I'm not going to do it again. I know I can apply and all that, but I'm not going to do it.
No, thank you for that.
Just to know that if we did the contract, I think what Yvette was alluding to is that through that contract, we basically could put in a prescribed route. So that would stop that road use agreement, and basically this is the route you have to take through the contract, so that they know when they put it together, everybody's on the same playing field. This is the route they're going to take, versus putting up a bond and putting up typically the septic business isn't a bond business. I don't think you guys, this is new to you, right?
Oh, definitely, but
Gravel guys are used to it, but so.
Oilfield was very used to it, but
Yeah, so that might be the route we go.
I think, hey, we need to sit around the table and talk about it, Darren, and that was a good presentation, good conversation, and your point was well heard.
Can we give Mr. Sutton some sort of solace in saying that we will deal with this issue sooner than later? Because I mean,
And we're talking budget stuff right coming up here, right away, and that's gonna be part of that conversation, James.
I realize that, Mr. Chairman, but what I'm concerned about is every month that Mr. Sutton is running, he's so.
Getting into his easier months now.
Yeah, he is, but I'm
your, it's dry. Like dry makes a huge difference in my business. The groundwater is not, giving me grief. And I don't think that's going to change. It's probably going to get stiff before it gets wet.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just like, but I know come summer, it's going to be bad enough this winter, but it comes summer, it's.
I got a question for you about volumes, also too, not just the water. But since COVID, we've been trying to, is there a lot more sewer coming out from the lake since COVID? Since people started?
It's hard to tell. It's actually backed off, but it was really, when COVID first hit, it was really busy. But a big part of that was when COVID hit. If you remember, that summer was really wet. I've never seen it rain that much everywhere for that long. And I'm telling you, that one at Buffalo View Estates will make 2 tandem loads a day leaking rainwater. And it isn't fixed. There's a pump there that gets rid of the groundwater. But when the water table gets high, it don't keep up. And I can go back and show you, I've hauled out 60 loads out of that thing in a month. And it's a monthly rate. But, this year was good, and the pump ran good, right? And the pump almost keeps up, right? But when the water table gets high, the pump can be running, everything can be working fine, that groundwater pump they got there. But it's still leaking in. How much, I don't know, because, it's a guess, yeah, to answer your question, when COVID hit, it really got busy, but honestly, this year was it was a good year. But was the volume up a lot? I wouldn't say so, but it was dry. And that affects me.
No, it's just a question we've been trying to figure out with water use and everything else too, so. Councilman Everett?
So, and I think I would know the question of this, but Mr. Sutton, if we decided to re-tender this, you would have no problem getting out of the contract?
I would rebid, but
No, but I mean, it is a contract that both parties have to agree to say that we are getting out of the contract. So
yeah,
okay, and I'm pretty sure that because you're bleeding, you would probably let it loose. It wouldn't be something you want to be tied to, but fair enough. I want to make sure that that's on your,
it's basically why I'm here, because I didn't want to, well, as Yvette pointed out to me, I really don't have too much to stand on because it's a really one-way contract if you read there. But there's also nothing in there that tells me I can't terminate at any given time.
is there any chance that people are pumping, are there sump pumps up there, that they're pumping their sump pumps into our sewer system up there?
One of the biggest issues I think we had was that we had a water leak, right? And we did fix that last year.
Okay.
Yeah, it leaked out really bad and you know, you guys inherited that, right? So I understood it was some T's in the water line that weren't for that particular, and there was a couple, but they've been leaking for a while. But just groundwater alone will get up there. But since they fixed that and it was a dry year, I would say, yeah, there wasn't too much leaked in there.
I'm just wondering if do they have sump pumps up there? Do people I don't know that.
I'm not 100% sure, but we did fix the water leak. I think we did do a bunch of work on the sump pump. We've rerouted it. So it's probably, you know, if there's a leak in that tank, I think that may be something that we have to look at going in and trying to.
Well, we're asking other people to inspect ours. Maybe we have to inspect, or theirs, so have to inspect ours.
But we felt it was groundwater in the leak and the water leakage, and we did get the water leakage fixed. So that would have been a substantial amount of water, because we could tell right at the reservoir that, you know, how much was going on.
Well, I just remember many years ago when I lived in the town of Stettler, they were having people taking their sump pumps and putting it into the sewer drains, which is costing them gazillions.
Right, that area is pretty high.
Yeah, no, that's why I just
I don't think we have a lot of issues or something.
Very sad.
Councilor Younger?
You had to be able to tell them.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, okay, like you're saying that there's multiple tanks, there's 3 tanks there, they're not?
Yeah.
So can they not isolate the one tank that you believe is damaged?
That would be a Randy question.
Yeah, I don't think so. And there's actually 2 are leaking for sure. Like all 3 of them might be. It's but 2 for sure. Randy's well aware of the situation, but it helped horrendously when they fixed that water leak. But that water leak had to get so bad that it literally, you could see it, you could hear it. I got a video of it running in the 2 middle tanks. The east one, I don't know, because from what I don't know if anybody even really knows exactly what it is, because you guys didn't put it in, right? But from what I understand, it goes in the east tank and then spills over into the middle one and then the west tank.
Because it really bothers me, okay, being that I don't believe any of us knew that this problem existed. It should have been more mentioned to us, okay, at some time point in there, that the volumes aren't really making sense in there.
Yeah, well, especially when they were hauling water in. It wouldn't have made sense when Crum was hauling water in there, but that's, I guarantee you for a while. But like I said, this summer was way more representative of what actually was going out of there because of the groundwater was higher. The pump worked good. Ever since they rerouted it and did some work on it, actually that pump hasn't quit yet. Touch wood.
The other point, I'm just kind of wondering, okay, being that, okay, well, that winter's coming and the roads are going to be freezing up here, but allowing, say, like full loads being hauled out.
That's an administration,
Exactly.
because we talked about it last week, so it's just it is part of this overall conversation. Where would we take this to, Andrew? Next council meeting or committee of the whole? Okay, let's take, if we can fit it into some piece for agenda for committee of the whole so that we can get back to Mr. Sutton.
we have a date when our next one, so Mr. Sutton knows.
We will be in contact, or our next one should be in October, or maybe the November one, but
I
we
think
don't
it's
know.
the 28th or 27th
Yeah.
of October.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Like I said, I just,
Okay, well, thank you for coming in,
well, thanks for listening.
and we gave you about a half an hour longer than we typically do, but it was a conversation that we needed.
Okay, thank you.
And a lot of it was from us too, so thank you, Darren.
Thanks.
Okay, council's request for information, 6.2. Just RMA meetings, that even through all that, but really what it was is that we've been asked, it's a different method this year if we wanted to meet with Division K from the RCMP. We're just wondering who should we be probing, trying to get meetings from? Just so that if once the gates open, we can, if we want transportation environment. Any,
I would prefer, like, we get around with K Division and everybody pats everybody on the back of it, and then, and we just, we're just not really doing much there, in my opinion. Not that it doesn't hurt us to meet with them, but on the same token, it's been the same thing for ever and ever. It's just.
well, if we talked, you haven't been to the last couple up there at that meeting, and we were really talking staffing levels, which they have tried to build them back up, like.
I was at the last one.
Were you at the last one with the students?
Absolutely, and I get, but I mean, they're not doing anything, but their hands are tied. They even say that when they talked about it, they said that it's
the transfers.
it's the provincial government that makes that decision, right? So,
So I have requested for the fall RMA, but of course, nobody's getting back to us because nobody's sure who the minister who's going to be. We have requested meetings with AT, Alberta Environment, and Municipal Affairs.
Okay, that's
Good.
But,
From the RCMP, does a certain amount want to go, or I honestly think out of respect, if they're asking us to go, that if one or two of us even go, it doesn't. We're up there.
like I said, I'm not against it. I'm just saying I'm not sure there's much fruition out of what we're dealing with them. I mean, had we had issues, like if I think right now.
We may have a provincial police force, we kind of do have.
I know, but what I'm saying is right now we have a fairly good staff sergeant and we've got great communication with them, so things are going good. So maybe there is a opportunity, but I don't know. It's
him that's asking if we want to though. Councilor Stevens?
I'm leaning towards if they extended the invitation, even if it's a select few that go, I'm in support of it. Yeah, we are currently happy with our staff sergeant. I get that from the group. But there's also the floating rumor for years that they're the two detachments. What does that do for our current friendly relationship? I'd like to know if there is movement on that, because we're happy with what we have. Maybe we need to tell them we're happy with what we have. If you join these two and all of a sudden the nearest detachment happens to be Bashaw, which would shock me, our current relationship fundamentally changes quite a bit. So
they'll never tell us anything though. Everything staying close to the chest. It's typical.
Okay, but I guess you did hear, I think, put it forward, maybe Councilor Stevens, and I don't know. Put it out to the other ones.
Yeah, if they want to meet with us, I don't think it hurts to meet with them. There is a lot on the go with the provincial government pushing for a provincial police force. We still have ongoing conversations about the SRO. We seem to get more information from the RCMP than we do from our other partners. So, maybe it's not a bad idea to just sit in and have those discussions.
I think whoever wants to go to it should, but I have quite this provincial police force, never in a million years I'd like to see it happen. But
Hey. Request for decision, protective services vehicle purchase, page 7.
It's got one more on the
Page 3 I read, I didn't have my glasses on. And it was Councillor Stolberg that had mowing of provincial highways, not moving of provincial highways.
We're not moving any. Yeah, I actually had a ratepayer call yesterday on it. It's on the roadside mowing on Highway 56 south of Stellar. And I drove that way up and I see the road is not, or the highway is not mowed near Fenn. I see it's not mowed south of Stellar. And I see most of the area of Highway 56 was hayed by farmers. And of course, it's quite good in places. And in some areas, they didn't get right to the pavement. So there's some ragged grass. But so I was hoping maybe we could direct administration to be in touch with AT on that. Although coming up, I also did see just south of Stellar, I've seen a more going out. So perhaps it's a moot point. Maybe AT will mow that section of Highway 56 in the coming days. But I still would like it on the record that it has been brought to our council's attention. And if it's not completed mowing, I think I would like to direct administration to contact AT to see if it can still be done this year. But I'm hopeful it will be done now, because I did see more.
I agree with you. That it should be done, because they like them tufts and stuff and deer and that. There's already been, 3 hits on deer down there. One was a motorhome.
And the early, I mean, we're not far off of snowstorms in November, and those first storms will stop snow, and the first storms are the most hazardous for drivers, it seems. So if that stops a lot of snow on the highway, it's not safe. So. But anyways, I guess, can I make that motion to direct administration to keep an eye on if it's not mowed, to get in contact?
Yeah, you can't make that.
You can make
I
that.
will make it.
Yeah. 590, they were doing it when we went to Caroline. There, they had a tractor out there. Not on the Sunday, but on the Saturday, they were out there mowing away. So they probably get to it, but yeah, no, probably good to send them out.
It would be good. 852 north of Gadsby, they mowed one side but didn't mow the other. I guess they must have forgot, or they. So if we can just
Surprise me, though.
because it is. I've had people asking me too, but.
The wind only blows one way there.
Yeah, it does.
Somebody goes up that road, did they?
So we have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Were you in for, yeah, you're in for bylaws and stuff too today, aren't you? Okay. For 7.1, I guess we will get this before lunch. Request for decision, protective service vehicle purchase, page 7.
Mr. Chairman, I'll have Clint speak to me.
Okay.
No.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Oh, it's just thought we were both done.
I have to grab the mic. Okay, so we're scheduled this year to have another vehicle purchased. So it's my recommendation that the County of Stettler No. 6 purchase a 2023 F-150 police special for protective services from Aspen Ford here in town for $58,661 and an estimated $35,943 for aftermarket options, for a total purchase price of around $94,000, including the additional options. Moving on to general, we did get a few more quotes in compared to the last tender that we put in earlier in the year. We only did get 4 this time, 2 from in town and 2 from Calgary. There were no others that were submitted. So Aspen Ford came in with their 2023 F-150 police special at $58,000. Courtesy Chrysler came in with a 2022 Dodge Ram 1500 crew cab at $52,430. Metro Ford came in, same thing, a 2023 Ford F-150 for $57,000. They're out of Calgary. And Stettler Dodge came in with a 2022 Dodge Ram for $45,000 originally. So in review, it is noted that the Dodge only offered 2022 models versus Ford offering a 2023. That Ford F-150 has a fuel tank capacity of 118 liters and an advertised fuel economy of 17 miles per gallon city and 23 on highway, with a towing capacity of 11,200 and ground clearance of 9.4 inches. In comparison, the Dodge Ram has a fuel capacity of 121 liters with the advertised fuel economy of 50 miles per gallon city and 21 for highway, with a ground clearance of 9.1 and a towing capacity of 10,000. So going into the further review of why Dodge's submission was lower, they left out a few following features that would ultimately be required. Front and rear flaps for 550, a larger fuel tank, rear differential for better towing, a 3.92 rear axle ratio, again for better towing, and side steps. So all those included would put them exactly on par with what Calgary originally offered. Continuing on, Megatech provided quotes for both the Ram and the F-150 to outfit them with the required emergency services aftermarket products. The F-150 came to $35,943 compared to $40 for the outfit of the Dodge Ram. So in total cost, we're only looking at a difference of $100 between outfitting and purchasing the vehicles. So financially, this purchase was identified in the 2022 capital budget. At the end of 2021, Protective Services Vehicle Reserve had a balance of $42,000 and a further $40,000 was planned for this year. The budget reserve transfer is $80,000, leaving approximately $14,000, which would come from the Rural Development Reserve, and would leave the reserve fund at $448,204.
If I may, I suggested the Rural Development Fund. We have enhanced enforcement and policing within the county of Stellar. It seems like, a good fund to take that funds from. But we do have a general reserve that we can also take.
Councillor Nyberg?
So when are you making the purchase?
Ideally, I'd like to get it done as soon as possible. There's approximately a 3 to 6 month lead time before we'd even be able to get the vehicle out of either of them. So we aren't looking for outfitting and equipping until sometime in 2023 when we'd actually have it.
For 2 vehicles.
Just one.
Okay, we've got 42,000 and we got a transfer of 40,000. I'm a little confused.
So that's a reserve transfer scheduled for 2022 that we make every year to put away to replace these vehicles. So
When would that transfer take place?
could take place right now if you wanted to, but we usually make our reserve transfers at December 31st.
So why wouldn't we just transfer it and not go after the rural development fund?
We're still short 14,000. Or what you could do is authorize the purchase and basically the remaining from operations. If operations can't cover it in 2023, then an option to pull it from a reserve fund.
But at the end, December 31st, we'll have $80,000 in there, right?
Right.
And the vehicle is,
94.
oh, okay. Oh, with all the options, I'm looking at just the basic one. There you go. Fair enough.
Did you get a hold of all the dealerships in town?
I did. I personally dropped off a package to every single one.
So Gary Moe, the new
Didn't get one.
guy said, didn't want one.
Either they couldn't produce anything or they chose not to. I have no idea. I dropped it off personally.
Better run at it, that's all. Thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Stevens?
For my information, how often do you guys actually tow? There seems to be quite an emphasis on towing with this vehicle. I'm not sure.
Usually not that often. Every once in a while, we will take out the quad, side by side, whatever off-highway vehicle there is. Sometimes we'll assist agriculture services with taking a boat out. At the end of the day, too, our vehicles get turned over to fleet services where Public Works can do with them as they see fit. So it's more of an extended life option to help their departments. That would help them. Otherwise, we don't do a whole lot of towing. Down the road, we may get an emergency services trailer for housing our emergency management supplies, but that's long-term planning down the road.
What, as far as the difference between a police special and just a normal F-150 that we get for water?
Usually it has an upgraded transmission and suspension system to accommodate us having the step on the gas and hit the brakes and shifting gears. Usually it has upgraded wiring kits in it as well to help accommodate the different electronic components that have to go in for all of our enforcement stuff. That's usually what goes into it.
We put special oil in rear diffs, make them go faster.
And usually it's wired special too, so then for our radar units for speed monitoring, there is special wiring for it so that it goes off the vehicle speed, which is specifically calibrated, so that it doesn't have to use a load optimal, so it's more accurate.
I don't know if you've noticed, but most of the protective service vehicles are plugged in, and so they'll start, because
They
the
juice.
cameras and the radar and all that, it drains battery all the time. So.
I will move staff recommendation for the purchase of the 2023 Ford, the Massey.
Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Is lunch arrived?
Yes.
Yes.
Why don't you read that?
Recess for lunch. All in favor? Carried. We will reconvene. Is it 1 o'clock, Andrew? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, after our last presentation, I think it's some information has been given to council, so it's kind of an emergent issue. I would like to make a motion that if we instruct administration, or actually first, I guess what we have to do is, if it favors all council, to add an addition to the agenda, and that item being the inspection of Buffalo View Estates sewer holding tanks.
That would be 7.9.
I will absolutely take that as 7.9.
Okay, any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Cover that when we get to it. 7.2, request for decision, Christmas closure, page 9 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So this is something that we've been doing annually for the last few years. Hello? Oh. And that is that we designate the week off between Christmas and New Year's to close the Office of Public Works in case of, unless there's an emergency snowfall, just to give staff a unified break. So I'm bringing this request forward to you again for your consideration, and we would be closing down at noon on December 23rd and back open on January 2nd.
Councilor Grover?
Question. If we have a snow event, which I hope we do, how many graders are we gonna have availability with what's in the sheet? Our sheet, yeah.
We have the availability to have all graders out.
No, but where there's gonna be people leaving and.
If you leave and are not in the area, so that you can't be called back for a snow event, you have to take vacation days. So that we take you off the list.
Showing how we can run all 12 then?
Yeah, they feel confident the last few years that if we did have a major snow event, that all the graders would be going.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor
No, I will move the recommendation to be closed from December 23rd to January 2nd. Because really, I mean, we don't have people coming in for permits and things through Christmas holidays anyways, so. And a lot of the days are our stats, so I think it's quite fitting that we do it. Again, I think it's a good break for our staff. They worked hard all year.
Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. In favor? Carried.
Thank you.
7.3, request for decision, lease land policy, page 10 of the package.
So this is one of the policy that we've worked through with council at committee of the whole. I don't think we've sent this one out for public consultation yet.
No.
So we'd be looking for council to perhaps recommend that we get it on the webpage for public consultation and pass it at the November meeting. But we wanted to bring it forward to you, hoping that we've incorporated all the changes that you want to see us make.
Questions? Councilor Gunner?
On page 11, I'm looking at 1E. And it states, leasable lands under 5 acres can be rented by request directly to the manager of agricultural services. I'd just like to have.
So we've got some little parcels of land, mostly cut off by railway, old railway tracks. And if we're not using them or mowing them, we will have usually an adjacent landowner that will ask if he could rent those 5 acres. And so instead of putting it out for tender, bringing it back to the council for approval, we can kind of make a on-the-spot decision. Because it's usually maybe somebody's a little short of grass, maybe they got a couple more cows than they had the year before. Just gives us the flexibility. But if you want to see these small pieces go out for tender, we can change it.
I'm just kind of wondering, what it says, by request directly to the manager. Should it not be they directly buy, that the manager can make the decision?
Well, they would make the request to Quentin, and then he would either say yes or no.
Kind of means that when it says 5 acres can be rented by request directly to the or directly by the request directly to the manager of bigger.
Makes sense to me, yeah. If there's 5 acres, I go to directly to Quentin and say, can I rent that? He says, yeah.
For this much money or whatever the deal is. Yeah.
That works. Yeah. We got a couple of parcels out there that horses and Erskine and stuff like that.
Yeah, we got one in my ward, and I mean, if we didn't rent it out, we'd be mowing it and everything else, so it.
Yes, go ahead.
On page 12, number 3C. Okay, every fence has a lifespan, so when is it going to be totally replaced? Like, you can kind of keep on repairing a fence up to a certain stage. So like, when somewhere in someone's term it's going to be able to be till it's obsolete. So when do we say, okay, do we take on the responsibility?
So basically, the practice is at the end of the 5 years, even if the leaser has done its best to keep the fence up, right? The guys will go in and inspect the fences, and if it's just at the end of its life, like the fence posts look like toothpicks and, you know, the wire, you just got nothing to nail the wire to. Or we've had problems, you know, with maybe livestock getting out or livestock getting in, then we will make a call and replace fences. Usually we're doing like a side or 2 sides of a quarter once every 5 years. We do have some catch-up fencing, so we've been trying to, as we have time or can find a contractor, to get out and keep getting these. A lot of these, when we purchase them, there's no real fencing on them. So then we have to either end up going in and brushing or getting somebody to mulch, and then we start to put up the fences. But we work with a leaseor to try and get the maximum that we can out of them. But eventually, all fences hit their lifespan, and then the county will go in and replace prior to the next lease.
So is that when the leasee comes in and kind of negotiates with yourself?
That's basically what we've done, but a lot of the times, I think we did one down on the quarter in Bymore this year because the north fence it had been up for 30 years and it was just done. The quarter that we bought in Bashaw, there was no real fencing on it, period. So I think we've replaced 2 sides of that, and we still have 2 sides to replace, and it needs some more brushing or mulching on it. We did some fencing down on Czars used to rent it. Now Scottapult's rent it, and I think Czars owned all the adjacent land. I'm not sure Scottapult's do. So we went in and actually replaced one side of the fence, I think. And then we dug a dugout because they had problems with access to water. But I think we replaced one side of that fence too. And it's just kind of, you know, how bad the fence is, if it's made its lifespan. If all of a sudden you're renting to a different leaseor for whatever reason than what was there previously, and they don't own any of the adjacent land, we got to make sure that, you know, cattle aren't going to get mixed up.
Thank you.
Does that make any sense? Yeah.
I do think we need to make a slight tweak in these small parcel one-offs.
Okay.
The request that we get are for horses to graze this, and that isn't currently allowed. We've been doing it, but right now this is only cattle.
I thought horses were listed as livestock.
I thought we changed that policy. Did we miss it?
Oops.
So when you get to K, it's the stocking rates, and it cow, calf, bears, heifers, non-breeding cattle, herd bulls, et cetera, but nowhere in here does it say that for those one-offs that horses would be allowed, and we've been doing it, but it's kind of outside of the policy, but.
Okay, well, we can add horses. I don't know what the stocking rates would be.
Or small grazing. I don't necessarily want to see horses on our large portions, I don't think.
We have had horses on quarters.
If we opened it up all the way, Councillor Grover has raised the concern that we need to adjust our stocking rates in K if it was to horses, but I mean, if we're gonna have an open tender process, open it up to everyone. It's not like our fencing changes because it's a horse instead of a cow. You're gonna open it up, open it up. We need to protect ourselves with the stocking rates, but I don't see the difference.
You go to the government rate on horses, depends on the size of the horse, 2,000-pound horse. What's that, 3 cows?
Yeah. What do they say? A horse will eat 3 times what a cow does?
2 times or better,
Yeah.
about 2.5. A big horse will, a saddle horse, not so much.
Well, what we could do is, put something in the stocking rates in K.
The government has that in there.
Yeah. And we can amend this policy prior to going out for public consultation, if that works. We can send it out, email it out to you first.
But
if you're agreeable.
I do think we should allow for horses on small, I don't know how you would put it in there, but I thought we did something with horses, but I can't remember what we changed. Because we said on the small, like, some of those people have, 3 or 4 horses on 2 acres, but we might not let that on a full quarter section.
No, but and most people, if they're running 2 horses on 3 acres, they're gonna end up throwing a bale over the fence anyway, right? They're just looking for some area to keep the horse, right? Okay, we'll address this and email it out to you, and if that's okay, and then if the council's agreeable, then we can send it out for public consultation, or we could just bring it back in November. I mean, we've got some time on this, so we can amend this policy, bring it back to you in November, and then send it out for public consultation. Does that work?
I would think we could send it out for a public consultation. I'm happy with everything other than that missed point about the stocking rates for horses.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody.
I wouldn't mind sending it up for the public.
We have to send it out for public consultation.
Yes.
It's either you bring it back.
So, yeah, I mean, we've got time, so we'll bring it back in November.
No reason why we couldn't do both. I mean, staff can work on an amendment while it's open public consultation.
Yeah.
It's not either or.
But plus, everything's off now, so we've got almost like a full winter, so we have some time, so, yeah, we'll just bring it back in November. Any other items you'd like to see us address? Covered all your other concerns from previous meeting?
So the motion is,
To amend for horses?
Yeah.
And bring back in November.
I'll make that motion.
all in favor? Carried. Request for decision 7.4 Buffalo Lake South Shore Reserve Fund Policy, page 15 in the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, we presented this policy to you at the committee of the whole. It went out for public consultation. Michelle, did we get any? Nothing? So we're looking for a motion to approve the policy.
Councilor Stevens?
I did get a couple of phone calls on this over the weekend, and outside of the name, nowhere in here does it specify that it will only be spent in the South Shore. And I think now that we've advertised for over a decade that that's what this fund is for, I think if we are going to hold up to our word, I think that concern has credibility.
Councilor Grover?
We sold land, put it in a reserve to use it for recreation. I don't know if it has to be spent at the lake or it can be spent in Erskine, like, as long as it's for recreating, I see no problem with it. Spend it wherever you want to spend it. Because we sold them the land, we got the money, now we can, should be able to spend it where you want. I don't think there was any, when we sold it, I don't think there was any restrictions on it at that time.
So on page 18, one of the requests we had to amend the policy was council shall consider projects proposed by
Buffalo Lake South Shore Community Associations and the public at large. I guess we could take out, if council agrees, the public at large, and then I guess we could send it back out again for public consultation and bring it back in November to be approved.
Councilmember?
So the council shall consider, I think makes sense to me. When we sit here, and I know where Mr. Stevens is coming from this, but at that end of the day, we'll consider anything. Ultimately, it'll come to us and then we can consider anything that's out there. This one way ties future council's hands and one way doesn't tie future council's hands. The public at large, there may become a project that the lake people are very intense about that isn't at the lake. I don't know what could come up. Who knows what it is? I mean, maybe there's a new hall that needs to go in Erskine or something that they want to put that money into. And then we would be tied to not be able to do that. We'd have to change policy. So I think the fact that it's considered by us, now whether we make that decision as a councillor when we make the vote, that is something that I think Mr. Stevens' consideration should be made. Absolutely. We said we were going to spend it up at the lake. If somebody come to us and said that we wanted to put parkways in Stettler, I would say, no, I think it should stay up at the lake. But that's another story.
Councilor Stevens?
If the agreement from the sale of this municipal reserve was that it would be spent on any recreational in the county, I would be 100% content with following through on that agreement. It could be spent on any recreational. But since we have not operated that way, we have not advertised it, we didn't even name it that. It's Buffalo Lake South Shore Reserve Fund. This was agreed to. And we have used this same logic in other areas. For example, we have heard several times over the last summer about how we had promised water in a timely fashion to Red Willow Pork Farm. My point is, if as a county, as a council, if we're going to be trusted by the public, then we don't change our minds years later. We've operated a certain way, we've advertised a certain way, we've had an agreement. If we go back on it now, I think it takes away from our credibility.
Councilor?
And I again, don't disagree with you on that, Mr. Stevens. That's for the individual to make the decision as whether they are going to make that decision going forward. If by some crazy act of God, Roshan Sands or White Sands annexed Buffalo View Estates and all those along there, I wouldn't give them this money. This money would be used further to the west. I don't think that's how that goes. So I just don't want to tie our hands. I'm not saying that I don't think by saying that the public at large doesn't necessarily go against what we're saying. We'll entertain anything. What we vote on is a whole different story.
Councilor Gunner?
I have never been in favor of this right from the start. I was totally against it, that this is public money. And I find, okay, if I'm going to be selling something, I sell it, I lose control of that money. I have nothing to say else after that. I believe it should be kept into the public's eye for the public to be able to utilize in their, I believe in what they are stating here, walking past it, where it's going to be recreation, anything like that. It is not subject just to the South Shore.
I was on council when the reserve land was sold, and we had this exact same discussion at that time. And it was made very clear that, and agreed to basically, that the money would stay in the Buffalo Lake area because there was a lot of opposition to when those discussions come up that could be spent anywhere in the county. So we basically made that promise back then. And for one, I'm not really in favor of going back on that promise. And I know there's various ways to look at it, but I think it would just create a lot of animosity amongst South Shore residents. And we're trying to work together with those people. And basically, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much money. As we do these projects for that area of the lake, it will not last that long. So I don't think we're going to have to worry about it not being used. So I like it to stay this way, and it probably should have a mention in the actual policy that it is a South Shore, a Buffalo Lake. That's where it will be spent. It is in the Buffalo Lake South Shore area.
Like, I do think we've been focusing on that, but I'm in agreement with Councilor Nyberg to the fact I don't think we need to tie our hands or anybody's hands. We can't forecast what the future is. But, you look at our rural development fund, it just doesn't go to rural. We talked this morning about if we're going to transfer money out of it for a CPO vehicle purchase. So that is at the hands of council at that point to make a decision on what needs to be done. So I still feel it's a discretion of council. It's the council at the time. I don't say to start spending it all over the county right now. But as ideas come forward, walking paths, et cetera, come forward, that's something to be talked about to the point where if there wasn't the money to be spent there, it could be going to other recreation within the area. Councilor Nyberg?
So what if we changed it and softened it? Council shall consider projects proposed by Buffalo Lake Shore community, but not limited. Limited to. Limited to that area. I don't know. I'm either, I'll be honest, it is absolutely not a hill that I'm gonna die on, because at the end of the day, I really honestly, I think Les made it very clear that they're gonna spend, there's more than enough money to spend, or more than enough issues to spend this money up at the lake. I don't have a problem with that. My only concern is I would think that we should, to stop the contentious issue, get it done before it's, the sooner we spend it, the less time we'll argue about it.
Okay.
I almost think that we should be taking, and I say this facetiously, maybe that 14,000 should come out of here because we spend a lot of time with the CPO officer up at the lake. And there is recreation. And I do say that facetiously, but I mean, there is merit to that. So I think Mr. Stevens, somebody needs to make a go forward here.
I will make the motion that we approve this with one amendment under the general guidelines. Point number 2, therefore portions of the Buffalo Lake Reserve Fund may be used to support projects that provide public playgrounding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as projects that support, as well as projects that support school board purposes in the South Shore area. That will be my motion.
I'm not in favor of area, I'm in favor of community association, because area could take us into the summer villages.
How about the county ASB growth node along the South Shore? Because that would be our plan.
I like that. I like that. Yeah. That gives us lots of lenience.
When he's done. Okay, yeah, no, I voted against this before. I figured if we took that money, we could spend it on recreation wherever we want. The county, my view hasn't changed on it, so I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Other questions, concerns?
Just Mr. Stevens, give us that again. What does it say?
Within the boundaries of the Buffalo Lake South Shore Area Structure Plan.
And then up above, do you still want to include the public at large or take it up?
I mean, I'm good either way. The public at large, I'm open to hearing ideas, but anyone can make a suggestion.
I like it in there because not everybody, sorry, Les, but not everybody belongs. You might be on the other side and you might not belong to the association.
Okay, and even if I want to walk on a walking path, I may encourage the county to build the walking paths along South Shore. And I don't even live near the lake, but, so I think anybody should have, the ability to say, have their say.
Okay, any other questions, concerns?
So the motion will read to approve the policy with the amendment.
Correct.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions, I'll call it. All in favor? Opposed? Jedder, McKay, and Grover opposed. Seven five, request for decision, November council date changed 19th in our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a housekeeping item, as we'll be at the RMA when our regularly scheduled council meeting is to be, so we'd like to move it down a week.
I'll make that motion.
Any questions, concerns?
Mr. Chairman, are you going to FCS?
That's also not the same time.
Yeah. Is there a possibility to move it to the 15th? I think Les and I are both headed to the FCSSA in Edmonton, so.
Change it.
So on the 15th,
It's a Tuesday, it would just be one day ahead, sorry.
Yeah, we've done that in the past. Council has nothing on their schedule on the 15th, so we could do it on the 15th.
Questions, concerns with 15th? So we have full council. Seeing none, last question, all in favor?
Thank you.
Carried.
I'll look after you.
Yeah, good catch.
Can you send that out to us?
Yeah.
Thank you.
7.6, request for decision, Stellar Light the Night 2022, page 20 package.
So Nikki asked us to bring this forward. This is a request from the museum to participate in the Light the Night for Christmas. We've done it in the past. We've won a couple of years. But it is a time-consuming effort. So that's why we need the leeway to plan and get crews together to put the float together. If you want us to go on it this year.
Well, the county is very visible and very noticed, and I think very appreciated there, and we've heard lots of positive comments about the county going to support that museum fundraiser, so I would like to see it happen again. And I know the county's went over the top and done some tremendous displays and won it a few times, and I'm not saying they have to do that every year, give somebody else a chance, but I think the presence of the county would be awesome to be there. So I'll make the motion that the county does put a display in Light the Night again.
Mr. Stevens?
Just for clarification, when you're suggesting someone else should win, is your motion that we take a bunt instead of swinging for the fences?
Oh, absolutely not. Swing for the fences.
We're not.
Napo's no different. They couldn't do that. There's
The staff, it's a pride thing. They can do whatever they want.
The staff's not gonna take a punt, they're gonna hit them.
Any other questions, concerns with that?
Did I miss anything, Michelle? No? Okay.
You want to call the question? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, Parkland Regional Library System Budget, page 21.
So this is something that we have to do annually. Parkland Regional Library System needs our approval or disapproval by November. We're one vote on a pretty big board. I just would like to make the comment that they're projecting a 20-cent per capita increase. Pretty hefty.
But if I may, Mr. Chairman, they haven't requested an increase in 3 years either. And their funding from the province, all their funding that comes from the municipalities or the province, and they haven't seen a funding increase from the province in about 5 years. And that was based on 2016 population. So, I mean, they realized too that when the oil prices were down, the counties were struggling and they didn't do any increases. But they really caught this year with cost of living going up and fuel going up and equipment going up and technology going up. They got kind of caught in the crunch. So they are requesting a 20-cent per capita increase, which for a county of Stettler would result in $1,150. And I think I've explained this before, like the Parkland Regional Library System, it is to libraries what RMA is to the counties. They have the purchasing power for computers and books. They offer the free tech services. They do the web page. They do book deliveries throughout every library in that area. And Stettler is a net borrower. And so we, at Stettler Library, borrow probably double or triple the amount of books that we lend. So it does keep this library from having to purchase all those books and have them on the library shelves themselves. So there's a lot of services, I guess, that go in, and I basically, and the web servers and everything are managed through Parkland. So I really can't see libraries operating without them, but it is a budgetary decision. But I think it's a very important one. So I will make the motion that we approve the Parkland 2023 budget request of 20 cents increase.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would hope, Mr. Stolberg, that you would take back to them that that we, unfortunately, you and I just went through this with the FCSSS, and when we had, the library has done this to themselves in the past where they make these large jumps. I think they need to realize and get on the program that, I mean, it's fine and good to, you know, to not take a raise, not take a raise, or an increase to, in this place of increase to the requisition, and then present us with a big one always is tough for me to say. I mean, I would rather take little increments on this, small bites, because this looks not good. I mean, unfortunately, this is going to be a minor one, but I mean, why are we even having this discussion? If this was if this would have been a 5-cent increase over the last 3 years, they would have been right where they are, and we would not be having a discussion with it. So if you would take it back to them, I mean, they gotta, balance it out. Shock and awe is not what we want from library.
They were kind of under the impression that there would be 0% increases allowed in these last years, so they deliberately kept it at zero. Although I wouldn't call $1,100 a huge.
No, it's not. It's just that.
And the biggest thing is they will be offering, I think, like a 3% cost of living to their staff, but then no staff is eligible for a grid increase. So that knocks out all grid increases this year or next year. So they're trying to hold it that way.
Yeah, I think it's pretty, it isn't a big dollar figure, but it's a big jump. And, yeah, I'm gonna vote for it, but I don't wanna see them back here next year, but it's another same type of thing. And the next year, the same type of thing.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I think they give them a jump now, maybe they don't increase it for a couple of years, then they can come again.
Well, that makes sense. I'll definitely pass that along
Yeah.
to them. And one other piece I think I should put out here, because they have an advocacy committee and they are actually asking councils to advocate when you get someone in the province's ear to have the province step up and increase funding to keep up with cost of living and inflation and all that for libraries so that the municipalities don't have to do it. So I guess just keep that in mind when you're at RMA, that not to let the province off the hook either.
Any other questions on that? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.8, request for decision, Regional Recreation Board Agreement, page 42 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Lorraine speak to this.
Good afternoon. So lies before you the updated Regional Recreation Board Agreement that's been updated to reflect the revised structure, role, and responsibilities of the Rec Board as it currently sits. The last Regional Rec Board Agreement was dated in 2004, and the structure was quite a bit different. And our meetings have changed from 7 to 4 meetings a year. And of course, we've also dissolved the village of Gadsby and Botha. So those 2 villages have been removed from the old agreement as well. And it just amends how finances are handled. It just reflects accurately how the Rec Board agreement is, how the Regional Rec Board is working currently. And I guess, I don't know, coincidentally, today, White Sands made a motion this morning, a positive motion in favor of joining the Regional Rec Board. I just had a call just before I came. So that's a change to this agreement if, as it sits.
How would that affect this agreement?
Well, we would just have to add them. They would have to be requisitioned, or how that I usually help requisition the villages in the spring of the year on a per capita basis based on census, usually February, March. Since I've been here, we've never added a new body to the Regional Recreation Board agreement, so it's all new to me too.
So can I ask, can I ask the question, should we wait till and add them in this and then make this change? Like,
That would be,
making the change now and then making a change?
that would be my suggestion. So White Sands meeting is tonight?
They had the meeting this morning,
And
they've made a motion in favor of joining the Rec Board this morning.
So basically, I think council can make a motion if you choose to add them today, and we can amend the agreement and bring it back in November.
what this will mean is we'll incorporate their requisition into our operational assistance funding, but based on facilities in White Sands that we've never funded before, most operational assistance will go down.
What's your population, 432?
If we were to use the same, because I think we do Roshan Sands with the same requisition as Statler Waste, am I right?
I believe so, yes.
And so I can give you an idea here of what that would be, because it's permanent population as opposed to,
Population.
Yeah, is that how you say that?
Well,
here we go. So in 2022, requisitions for Statler Waste, Roshan Sands was 141, White Sands would be 247. And I think the rate is
$17.50 per person.
$17.50 per person. How many people?
247.
I thought they had 432 or something.
It's based on permanent population and dwellings.
But is that a proper monitoring considering most of their events, or what could this cost us for funding? Are we gonna break even on this, or are we gonna?
Well, we've got a certain amount of money allocated to operational assistance. And I think it sits at
150,000.
150,000 plus requisitions, or do we take the requisitions off of that?
Anyway, usually the requisitions plus the 150,000 we take out of the MSI operating fund. And then we distribute that with a formula. Lorraine does that. She has a formula based on all the facilities that we fund and what they do. Like ice rinks are probably our biggest, are what we fund the most, and then halls, curling rinks.
Or ball diamonds, golf courses.
Why would they ask for us?
Swing sets,
Yeah.
playground equipment. Right?
Just had a call this morning to talk to Lauren, and then it was a new call this morning. I've never talked to White Sands prior to this. And then this afternoon, they gave me the verification that they made a motion to join.
You, speak, go ahead.
I would like to defer this current decision now until we can get more information about who all wants to be in. I don't really feel the need to have this debate in multiple consecutive months. So I'd be comfortable making the motion that we defer this until next council meeting.
So perhaps White Sands could provide us with, so their requisition would be about $4,000, $4,300. And their requisition, or their operational assistance will be based on the facilities that they have. So we would have to get a list of facilities from them, and we could have a guess. So if your requisition, why do they want to join? Your requisition, or the money you pay into it, is $4,300. If you had a agriplex, like Buy More or Big Valley or Denelda, we're funding you $16,000 a year.
Well, it's just, but it dilutes everything else too.
It will, but not hugely. Good, yeah.
So the member municipalities being Roshan Sands, us.
Is Roshan one already?
Yeah.
Yes.
Roshan Sands, us.
Big Valley.
Big Valley, Denelda.
Right.
Would they not all get to make the decision of this, not just us?
Maybe.
I don't know where the rules are this, because it's gonna affect them, like Big Valley and Denelda will end up having less money, and where we go at this is how much we contribute to cash wise. We could walk away, we could definitely go with this and just say, we're not putting any money into this anymore at budget time. All we're doing is what our requisition to this regional group is, and then divvy up that fund. So I'm not worried about this. We have the financial needs to stop making payments. And we just, honestly, it is by the grace of council that we put that money into this recreation. We don't have to.
So I do think that that's like a good idea, because I think anytime we've had facilities added on to the operational assistance, it's the board that makes the call, right?
Well, I'm just reading in the old agreement, and it's probably in the new one. It says any amendments to the Regional Recreation Board regulations must be approved by a majority of the cooperating authorities. So that would be them.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we continuously talk about having a regional system. I'm not opposed to this. I think this is the direction that we should probably go, and I have no problem with making the motion that we, as a county, allow them to join. At the end of the day, our power lies with our checkbook, right? So we can make that decision. If we decide that we're not funding it, we're not funding it. Right? We have that ultimate power. So.
Yeah, and as far as exercises and the hockey rinks go, our repairs, they're probably 90% of the uses by Mars Arena, and same with Village of Big Valley. I would say 80%. There's no little kids much live in Big Valley, Alberta that I know. Another thing is, how much is a playground, swings and all that stuff? Because they have to be government approved. What was the last one, 25,000?
Oh,
They're worth quite a bit more than that, I would say. I would say they're probably, I know Botha's project, and that was quite a while ago with the ground surfacing and the playground was well over 100,000.
yeah, Erskine School playground was over 100,000.
With 100,000. I don't think the one that's been up was that much, but it's been there for a long time.
I think we helped with that one too. It was
Probably helped with it, but the total cost was probably somewhere in there.
Oh, yeah.
There's usually lots of,
I'm just thinking, one playground and then this out 4,300 is quite a few years before you ever get it. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, I have no problem with having White Sands part of the regional recreation agreement, but I just want a clarification on Councillor Nyberg's motion with you voting an approval. But that is based on also getting approval from Big Valley, Denalda, Roshan Sands.
And this agreement would probably have to come back. I think what we'll have to do is, I would say we would give, and I don't even know if you need why we should have a motion to go forward. We would allow them to join with approval of all the other member municipalities. I mean, we could sit here and say this, that we want them to join, but Roshan Sands, Denelda, and Big Valley say no, they're not joining.
Well,
I highly doubt that's not going to be the case, but.
as per the agreement though, it should be upon the approval of the County of Statler Recreation Board.
Big Valley, Denalda, Roshan Sands. Memberships.
So we should bring this back after your next rec board meeting where they get the approval. And but we should let our rep know what our vote is.
Okay.
Council Jenner? I already had a motion to defer this to the next council meeting.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And we've come full circle that it needs to get approval from the rec board. As the rec board rep, I'm fully aware what the feelings are in the room, that there's openness to allow them in.
But I think if we go ahead with his motion to defer it, and then make a motion, that way it's on the books, and then you can say council made the decision, you're not going.
Good. Yeah. Good enough.
And Andrew corrected me, which was good. It's a cooperating authority, which is the municipalities that fund it. The requisition. Yeah.
So it's by their councils.
No, just their reps. So it would, right, it would be,
It might be not the reps. I'm trying to
throw something at you.
we have this.
Mr. Chairman, I think we can, however it's set up, we can make the motion of going to defer and vote on it.
We have that motion on the table. Is there questions on that to defer? Seeing none, all in favor?
Now, I'll give you the motion that we instruct our rep to accept White Sands into the Regional Rec Board Association, or what do you, Rec Board, I guess, Regional Rec Board.
I can make that clear. The way our rec board's set up, I'm not actually a voting member, so I can give the county's opinion, but I'm not actually a voting member on that.
Who is our voting member?
Members at large only.
Oh. Then I guess that we instruct our.
Get back, but I still would like to know what
I don't know where that could be.
infrastructure they have. Just, I'm very curious on why.
It would, I think,
It mentions a hall board, but that's, I don't know if there's a hall over there.
the way our rec board's set up is that it has to be managed by a non-profit, a hall board, an ag society, etc. So I would assume that includes their hall and potentially a playground that's across from it. I'm not sure.
Is it beaches and stuff like it's built like a?
At the end of the day, it may be a new point if three of them vote in favor of bringing them on, we're We're gonna bring them on whether we agree.
That's a valid question as to what all this entails, because like the Village of White Sands has a recreational lease for the entire lake shore from the province. Is that included? It's important information that we should get back from them, what all.
Got it, thank you.
I'll pull my motion back. I'll take it off the table.
We don't need that.
No. I assume that Justin was our rep there.
Yeah.
Since he's not. You can convey our thoughts. I don't know what the hell you're getting paid to go there for.
Okay, 7.9, inspection, Buffalo View Estates sewer tanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Since we had a presentation today from one of our septic sewer contractors, and there was some concerns about the holding tanks at Buffalo View Estates, I think it's imperative that council instruct administration to investigate whether or not there are actual leaks within that. Is it 3 holding tanks or 2 there? 3 holding tanks. So. As an inspection, yeah.
Just for clarification, is that inspection by our internal resources or a certified outside party?
I leave that up to administration to figure out.
Whatever's approved, I guess. As a.
What's prudent, they have the expertise to figure out. I don't think we're gonna mask up our guides and send them in there and have a look around. I don't know how it works, I'll be honest. Somebody smarter than me in the municipal sewer business could figure that out, I'm sure. Whether it's a visual or, I think you talked about a pressure leak test.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works. Whatever they come back with the results, and then we can make the decision on whether we need further investigation or if we're satisfied with how it was done.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? You good, your finger up?
No, I'm good.
Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, bylaws. 10.1. Bylaw 1684-22, animal control, for second and third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, do you want to take this?
Yeah, so this is the same bylaw you guys saw last month. We put it out for public comment and received none directly to us. I don't know if council received any. So we're just looking for second and third reading.
Councilor Stewart,
I will move second reading.
questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried.
I'll give you third reading.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
You can go to Staples and get one of those.
Okay. And then I just need to know after this is all done, what we can do with chickens that are crossing the road in Gatsby.
Nothing yet.
Yeah. Well, this should be.
Sign it on your way out of the building.
What's that?
Sign it on your way out of the building. That will help him get it. in.
Chickens at large.
Then you will deal with that chicken cross.
Okay.
So the animals running at large, right?
Thank you. It's 10.2, bylaw 1685-22.
You getting drops on them?
General traffic. Second and third readings, page 67 of the package.
So this one is, again, you saw this last month, however, there is a minor change to it from last month based on the conversations we had. Just pulled that up directly. So here in 11, you can see the changes from last month. So it's the first portion is 30 kilometers an hour where it's bordering this village, and then for 400 meters north of the village, it's 60 kilometers an hour. And we did advertise for public comment and received none.
Councilor Stephen, or Councilor Kate.
I'll move to give it second.
Second reading, okay, you betcha. Any questions, concerns, Councilor Nyberg? Or Councilor? Jeez.
The chocolate bar, he's having a bad day.
Or you get a little energy. I've been that way too much today.
On page 70, 4.3, I'm just kind of wondering, okay, like we've got different dates between school zones and playgrounds. Can we make that consistent? So it's say 8 o'clock on both of them instead of 8 on 1 o'clock and then 8:30 on another one?
I thought we changed all our playgrounds to, all our school zones got changed to playgrounds.
We did, we just have to change the signage.
And it shouldn't be in here, I don't think. So we don't have any school zones anymore. Every school zone is considered playground in the county of Scunthorpe.
4.3.
So does that need to be in here if they're gonna be playground zones?
People that see a school will naturally assume it's a school zone.
But we put up playground zone signs, so.
Was that on Sunday and Saturday?
Yeah.
As well?
And the reason, the reason being is many of our schools are being utilized as playgrounds during school days.
Either anytime.
Yeah. Did we not change that? I thought we changed it on the one you had sent me and then we,
No, this was the change we made a few years ago. We didn't align.
Kind of redundant.
Well, we didn't align them at 8:30 because 8:30 wasn't late enough on time. So that's why it shows 8 o'clock.
Okay, so it was the daylight
Late piece, that ties to playgrounds.
Yeah, so it was, the end time was married up between the two. But the start time was earlier on the schools, just because schools starting very shortly after 8:30 and just starting the school zone at 8:30 isn't enough time.
So does that answer that question?
so all our playground zones, or all our school zones are going to be signed with playground zones, right?
So yes.
And that's at 8 o'clock.
But they started at 8 versus 8:30.
Yeah.
Because they're still school zones. So, okay. Okay. Councilor McKay has motion. Another question? Okay.
On page 72, 7.1.2. I guess it's ATVs. Man, I'm just kind of wondering, okay, we've got them at 50 kilometers an hour. Is it a necessity to keep them at that, or can we bump them up a little bit? Or does it take forever for someone to get down the road?
Based on personal experience, 50 is way fast.
Do you think it should be a little bit lower?
You knock it down to 20, I'd be happy.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Yeah, exactly.
go 20, then I'll make the motion.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the definition of conflict of interest, or is there something?
Personal experience.
Bring that to you.
Is there a provincial stat on that or statute?
Off the top of my head, it could be looked up, but I believe there is a specific speed the off-highway regulation.
We might not even be able to change it.
Well, it's a little outside the scope to change when we're just looking at second and third reading today from a change that's already come before. If we wanted to make a change to this, it should probably be brought back.
As a new change?
Yeah.
But we can change it second reading. There's no stopping us for here today. But if public consultation had come back and said that this was an issue, then we would debate it and make the change. That's how that works.
Really going down the road at above 50 clicks an hour could be somewhat dangerous too.
How about your dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want
Are you looking it up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we just leave that one?
Right now, I'm not seeing anything regards to managing speed, so it's essentially bylaw.
I'm happy with 50K.
For right now.
Anybody else? What's everybody else's?
I'm good at 50.
I am too.
Okay, so it's staying at 50 no matter what you do.
Okay, go ahead and make a motion.
I can
vote you down like that.
Next one is on page 73, 8.2. It says, no person except with the permission of the county shall operate or move upon or over any paved or gravel highway on any vehicle or traction engaged having metal cleats. I would like to divide that into two parts. Metal cleats are not allowed. Because these corks, or what we call corks, they can be about 2 inches deep and about 3 inches long, and they're on one pad. And they will, no matter what you put down on the road, they will embed into it. So you cannot, I would like to have it, you cannot travel on across any paved surface.
That's what that says. It says you have to have permission, and if they say no.
Permission, like it should not be allowed.
That would be another.
But hold on, what if they say they're gonna go across there, we give them permission and they're gonna fix it? It's all junk. Take money.
I appreciate Councillor Gender's concern about the amount of damage corks can do to asphalt. The only way I would be in favor of giving permission is if you had mitigations in place. Whether it be, if you need to do a crossing or something along those lines, you can map it. You can raise off the asphalt. Outside of that, I wouldn't give them permission. And the new style of corks are even getting worse. Instead of slots, it's a cone. It is removable and you pound in, and it's even more pounds per square inch. It's incredible.
As long as we can protect our infrastructure, but we will have to be leaving this on someone's back.
I think it's one of those questions, or would we be crossing, saying, right?
No, you don't want cats crossing the highway because you don't have one anymore? Is that what it is?
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, sure. Okay, good. We have motion for second reading. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Nyberg opposed. We can still go to third.
We just want to go to one.
You're taking third reading?
I'll move to third reading.
Okay, Councilor Stillberg. Questions, concerns?
Just to clarify, that's a motion to give it third reading. We don't need a motion to proceed to third reading.
Give it third reading.
Give it third reading.
That's what I meant to say. That's come out right.
Councilor Gender?
On page 81, it's a speed limited Denelda. I just needed to have it clarified. Like we had brought it up, 400 meters, 500 meters, that sort of thing. There's kind of a discrepancy that I see in there.
The reason, it's an odd bit because it goes from their road to our road to their road to our road. Just based on how the village boundaries work. So that's where that first 400 meters is the first time it's our road, and the second 400 meters is the second time it's our
And then 500 after that is.
road. Yeah, yeah, the 400 meters is where it starts, and then it goes another 500 meters. From
500 meters beyond that, or inclusive of that?
No, yeah, so it's the 400 meters, and then from that point, 400 meters north for an additional 500 meters is where it gets set at the 60 kilometer rate.
So it's 900 meters in?
Yeah, a total reduced speed of 900 meters. Excluding that portion, which is within the village of Naldo, so we can't actually speak to the speed limit there.
And it'll be posted properly.
Yeah.
Out of my jurisdiction, go for it.
Yeah, okay. We have a motion to go to our fourth third reading. Call the question, all in favor? Councilor Nyberg opposed, carried. Okay. Reports. Chief Administrative Officer's report, page 83 of the package. Any questions? Everybody's had time to review it.
Were you busy?
I think August was busier, but
Super copy that. Thank you.
Counselor Grover,
Move it.
any questions, concerns? Counselor Grover? Are you voting? Or Counselor Gender?
Yeah. You're not good looking at me. I don't know how you get us mixed up.
What is a gagapet? On page
it's like dodgeball, isn't it?
88.
It's Gaga Ball. It's a new version of Dodgeball.
80 Gaga.
What? Yeah.
Gaga comes out and plays dodgeball.
One way in, one way out, so you can't.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
I don't know. I firmly believe if you're trying to fence kids in, you have to build it higher, but.
Hey, I can keep sheep in there.
They're not all your kids where you have to put a cage or something.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll go ahead. Motion on the table, all in favor? Carried. Financial reports, 11.21 accounts payable register, 11.2.2 bank reconciliation, 11.2.3 reserves to August 31st, 2022, 11.2.4 year-to-date budget to August 31st, 2022, pages 164 to 186 of the package. And you'd asked some questions, Counselor Gender. I'd seen that it's been answered. Do you have more questions?
Page 176. With these legal fees, are there going to be some of them that are going to be put on to, as we have had in the past, under landowners?
Well, I guess the three major files that we've been working on is, of course, our enforcement issues. So that one's ongoing. We had a lawsuit that we partnered with Woodland County against Trident Exploration, trying to get back money that was left over from the bankruptcy to settle some debts for both the county and F. Settler and Woodlands. We were in court. Our final presentation, judge reserved the decision, which we feel is good. She didn't, so we're waiting on a decision. We still don't have it yet. We're quite anxiously waiting to see what it is, and almost every other rural county or member of the RMA is watching this decision too, because pretty precedent setting, right, if they find in our favor. And then the other one is we have a couple of bad oil companies that still are not paying their property taxes. So of course we can't back off with basically putting liens on them or threatening to take them to court, which we are working through. And I think we have 3 left that I would classify as bad actors. So we're working on those. The Woodlands County Stellar Partnership against Trident should be over. Of course, enforcement's ongoing, and just these 3 oil companies. If we can get them into a tax-paying agreement, then those fees will subside also. We've exhausted all other means. So.
Counselor Jenner?
On page 180, under the revenue, it'd be the aggregate levy. We still have some bad apples in there.
From what I understand, we still have 2 suppliers, 2 contractors that aren't paying.
Yeah, or that haven't have complied with the audit.
Right, haven't filed and aren't paying their cap levy.
2 are.
We have more than 2 that are. We just have 2 that aren't.
Page 185. I believe I don't know the answer to this one here, but it's under the expenses, contract support. So this will be changing once our new person comes on November 1st.
Planning and development?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks, Yvette.
questions on the financials?
There'll probably be still some fees in that, will there not?
A little bit, yeah. We are hoping to retain Anaket for a little while longer to do some contract work for us till we get caught up.
Are we still gonna be able to utilize them for appeal board? Or are we gonna have to bring in our own internal resources again?
Well, right now, we're a member of the original SDAB board, so as long as Parkland continues to operate, then we should be able to participate in the SDAB.
They don't have the capability of doing it right now, but hopefully they will be moving forward and be able to do that. They're in the search for a new senior planner and director.
And that was one thing they did agree that, you know, Craig could, if he had to, could still run the SDABs, and we could do it out of the county of Stellar. And then recover our costs that way.
It does become difficult because of conflict of interest and who's representing you. So it does, I mean, for that portion alone, Parkland should stay alive, right?
I'll move the reports. Thank you, Councilor Goodwin. Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Councilor fee sheets, page 187 of the package. Councilor Jenner, you move it. Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Councilor committee reports. We have the 11.4.1 Stellar Town and County Airport Board, 11.4.2 Parkland Regional Library Systems, 11.4.3 Stellar and District FCSS Board, 11.4.4 Stellar Public Library Board, pages 194 to 201. Councilor Grover? Any questions on them?
So, go ahead, Les. Okay, tomorrow night is the airport one. Unfortunately, I still don't think we've received that information from the town on that master plan, so I would encourage council to, if you get the opportunity, to come to that tomorrow night. So it's at the airport itself.
Do you think it will be worth it? Like, I was gonna ask that question. Is it gonna be?
It really doesn't,
For all council?
I don't know if it's, if you're interested in it, it'd be worth attending, but it's not going to have very much implication for the county as far as nothing's gonna change. It's more of their operating of how they operate. I don't think we have any intention of operating, do we?
Didn't look. That was kind of.
You're gonna die.
Yeah. I think Tom gets that look once in a while.
Any,
If you're interested, it's open house.
Yeah, and I was just gonna draw your attention to a couple fundraisers for the Stettler Library. Their giant book sale runs October 17th to 22nd at the library. And their annual fundraiser, Wine Survivor, tickets are going on sale and they have to be purchased before December 3rd. So I know a lot of people want to know those dates when they need to get their tickets for Wine Survivor. So
You'll bring those tickets or do you have to phone for them or?
I could bring some over, sure.
What are the tickets?
Last year.
Okay, good enough. I'll take the same I got last year.
Okay, good. It was 100.
Any other updates or questions, concerns? Mr. Grover had a motion, all in favor? Carried. Consent agenda items. Service line warranties of Canada, information on Bashaw. And do we review these all as one, Andrew, or are there any that we should be breaking out?
Yeah, there's nothing that requires action, so.
12.2 Central Alberta RCMP monthly tax report, September 22nd. 12.3 Alberta King's printer. 3 changes in King Charles III. And 12.4 MLA Honorable Nate Horner support of rural broadband. That's pages 202 to 212 of our package. Any questions, concerns on those? Councilor McKay?
I'll move to accept this as information.
outside of any questions.
Call a question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, our in-camera session is Protective Services Policy Manual, FOIPA Section 20. Disclosure of harmful to law enforcement. Councilor Grover,
Move it in camera.
all in favor? Carried.
was saying that you're okay with the protective services policy manual, just so it can be updated.
Now we're back on ten.
I'll give you that motion.
Aye.
We approve the protective services policy manual as presented.
Okay, any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. One more item. Our next meeting is October 24th, 2022 is our organizational meeting. November 16th, 2022 is regular council meeting. It'll be the 15th. 15th, okay, yeah. It's 15th. Wednesday, the 15th, or Tuesday, the 15th, no?
Regular council meeting.
Yeah.
You are.
Okay. And then, Council Grover adjournment. All in favor?